Hello, and welcome to the second day of the Agile, DevOps and Testing Methods and Tools for Business Value Conference. We had a fantastic day yesterday, and I'm very much looking forward to today's presentations and discussions. I'm Alec McCutcheon, and I welcome you on behalf of all my colleagues at Unicom. Thanks for joining us. Again, a huge thank you to all our speakers and panelists. We have another great lineup and agenda planned for today. A big thank you also again to our sponsors, Source Labs, Lambda Test, and PeopleCert, and also our professional and community sponsors who are UK ITB, UK and Ireland Testing Board, TMMI Foundation, Agnostic Agile, and TTN. Again, a massive thank you for your support. Today is going to be highly interactive again, so please, as yesterday, put your questions and points to the speakers and the panelists during the Q&A sessions and the panels. Also, don't forget, please do visit the exhibitions booths alongside the conference. We have breaks during the program and there's time allowed for this. We've got some great technologies on show, and also you can talk with professional bodies who'll be able to help you develop your career. In just a moment, my colleague is going to explain to you how to access the booths and also how to meet other participants. As it's a virtual event, you can meet other delegates in the lounge area. You'll see a tab on the screen. My colleague will explain that. Also, you can meet other people in the exhibition booth, of course. You can also carry on the discussion from the conference on social media via our LinkedIn discussion group. Just a reminder, the name of the LinkedIn discussion group is Agile, Testing and DevOps Discussion. Our Twitter handle is at Unicom Seminars, and the main hashtag is hashtag ADTUnicom. So please be ready to tweet, and if you need any information about timings or to check the hashtags, have a look at the event guide that we shared with the joining instructions. That's got all the information there you need. It's also available on our website. If you go to unicom.co.uk and then click on this conference, and you'll see a tab on there for event guide. And just a final reminder, if you can, please fill out the feedback forms. We'd really appreciate that. Just let us know what you think about the conference. It's really helpful to us because it helps us in planning future events. I'm confident you're going to be inspired by today's event, and hopefully you're going to go away with some new ideas, techniques, and also meet some really interesting people. So I just want to say have a fantastic day, and I'm now going to hand over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the conference. Thank you for joining us. Today, I'm going to give you a short demo of how to join the different booths at the conference for both days. To the left of your screen, you will see an icon for booths. Once you click on it, you will see the booths of the various sponsors, partners, exhibitors, and organizer of the conference. You can choose to visit any booth of your interest. In order to do that, please click on the option Enter. Once you click on it, you will be directed to this page. To enter the booth, you will need to click on Join Wait Room option. Now you are in the wait room. The booth representative will send you an invite to join a meeting room, which will appear on your screen like this. To join the meeting room, you need to click on the option Accept. You are now in the meeting room where you can have one-on-one conversation with the sponsor, exhibitor, or organizer representative. We hope you have a valuable time at the conference. Thank you.
Coding is about solving problems, even if it takes all night. I love coding, but I hate testing.
Flaky tests drive me insane.
It takes forever, and then wrestling with the VMs and the browsers.
Waiting for tests to finish drives me nuts. It's a waste of my life.
Oh my god, the piece of mobile. That's probably the worst part. But then I found Sauce. I just log in, point my test to Sauce. What used to take 30 hours now takes 30 minutes.
It gives me time to do the things I love. Any browser, any OS, for mobile or web. It's test automation made simple. And what's great is when you get your results back, you get video and screenshots, so I know exactly what to fix. While I'm out doing my thing, Sauce Labs' continuous testing cloud is working. Testing at the speed of awesome.
Hi, I'm Mayank Bhola, co-founder and head of product at LambdaTest. LambdaTest is a leading end-to-end cloud-based test orchestration and execution platform. Over 500 enterprises, including prominent Fortune 500 and G2000 companies, and over 1 million developers and testers from 130 plus countries rely on us for their test execution needs. We are an enabler of an ecosystem where developers can run all kinds of test cases written in any language or framework. The platform enables you to run your test cases at scale from anywhere at any time across 3,000 plus different browsers, different versions, and different operating system combinations. LambdaTest is razor focused to make the lives of developers and QA teams easier when it comes to the test orchestration and execution. We have released HyperExecute, a next-gen smart test orchestration platform to help businesses run end-to-end test automations at fastest speed possible, and are soon launching our test intelligence platform, Test at Scale. Founded in 2017, we are headquartered in San Francisco and have offices in Noida, Bangalore, and Chandigarh in India. And now we are coming closer to you. LambdaTest is excited to sponsor Unicom Agile, DevOps and Testing Conference and meet you on the 28th and 29th of April. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Thompson, and I am the chairperson of the UK and Ireland Testing Board, the UK ITB. We are proud to be a sponsor of Test Expo and Agile and DevOps Expo. The UK ITB are the power behind the ISTQB exams across the UK, the Republic of Ireland, and wherever the English language is spoken around the world. We provide input to the ISTQB scheme itself in terms of syllabus content, etc., and we develop and manage the English language exams. If you have taken an English language exam, you will have taken an exam developed by the UK ITB. We are always looking for help and assistance in our role. If you are interested, please drop by our stand and let us know you are. Enjoy the expo.
Hi, the TMMI Foundation is launching the first TMMI worldwide survey the 1st of June. Companies from all over the world have contributed to the survey. Would you like to be one of the first to see the result? You can register for free on our website.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome again to the second day of our conference. And to start us off, we have Dave Snowden, who will talk about the concept of rewilding. So this is going to be a very interesting talk, and of course, we're looking forward to the whole day too. So over to you, Dave, and we'll catch up later.
Okay, so thanks for the opportunity. Hopefully at some stage we'll be doing these things in person again. I've just started traveling again, and it's wonderful to meet people and less wonderful to spend time waiting for Ryanair to catch up. But either way, we're getting there. So the idea is to talk for about 20 minutes. I'll go a little bit longer if there aren't any questions. So if you want to ask questions, start to put them in the panel and we'll go from there. The rewilding concept is to my mind really important. So let me just talk about what that is and then talk about some of the things we're working on. In particular, I want to talk about a new open source initiative which we've triggered. which is designed, as the title says, to create a sort of multi-vendor, multi-method approach to Agile, which allows different frameworks to actually be integrated into the system. I've had enough of the big overarching frameworks and the attempt to make everything fit within a linear process. So we've spent the last year or so designing a new approach, which is to say we're moving into open source. So I'll talk about that as well. And there'll be an invitation if people want to take part in that, by the way. So rewilding as a concept, if you look at it in ecology, is not about going back to some hypothetical original state of nature, but it's about restoring balance within nature. So it's kind of like, you need the wildflower garden as well as the formal gardens, because the wildflower garden gives you genetic variety, whereas the formal garden is overstructured and overdeveloped. And sometimes I actually show a slide at this point. If you look at canines as a species, and you look at things like wolves, all right, there's about 8 or 9 different types of wild canine. The minute man gets hold of them and domesticates them, you end up with about 500 different types and different varieties of dog, most of which would be non-viable in the wild. So what domestication does, although it produces more variety, it doesn't produce more variety which is resilient and survivable. It produces over-specialization. And something which is over-specialized can't adapt to different levels of society, different levels of uncertainty. And we make a key difference here between 2 types of systems which are robust and systems which are resilient. Now, I'll make this distinction because there's a lot of difference on the language, and to be quite honest, Talib and anti-fragile has confused the space enormously. I think it's this desire to have something which you can claim to be original and publish a book on it, which is not to say there's not valuable stuff in the book, but if anybody's into that stuff, for most of us in the field, an anti-fragile system is a subset of a resilient system, and actually not the best one either, because if something only survives by breaking first, under threat, it's problematic. So a robust system for me is something like a seawall. I'm going to use a metaphor here. So if you look at a seawall or a dike, around the river, it's extremely effective because it contains the water, or prevents the water, ingress into the fields. It's highly efficient, and robustness and efficiency go together as words, because I can drain the landward side and plant crops and create fertility, and all of that's good news. Until the day the design conditions are exceeded, at which point I rather wish the dam hadn't been there in the first place, because any failure in a robust system is catastrophic, when it happens. So it's not to say they don't have value, but they have value within constraints, and then bang, everything goes wrong. A resilient system, on the other hand, is something like a salt marsh. So, for example, one of the things which happened in Wales on the Gower Peninsula is a seawall broke. So the sea inundated an estuarine area, and everybody kind of agreed, well, there's no point in trying to rebuild it because it's going to break with global warming, etc., etc. So they allowed the sea marsh, the salt marsh, to redevelop. And salt marshes are fascinating ecosystems in their own right, but they absorb a huge amount of water, and they constantly shift or change based on the water patterns, the vegetation patterns. But critically, when they are saturated, they still don't release the stored water. So although they can fail, the failure isn't catastrophic. And the basic principle of resilience is the system survives, and I'm going to use a key phrase here, with continuity of identity over time. So if I look at a resilient system now, and I look at it, say, 10 years ago, you might say these are completely different. But if you look at the history of that system, you can see how it's adapted and changed over time in order to handle different circumstances. And one of the first fundamental arguments I want to put forward is that the danger on software design and service design and all the things we do around this is we tend to design for robustness, not resilience. So we tend to assume that we can capture everything we know about the nature of the system, what's needed, we can define it. One of the fundamental issues we've got within the whole of the Agile field, for example, is an over-focus on a manufacturing metaphor. The assumption there are things that users define that they can want, and we just deliver them quickly. And that's problematic in its own right, because frequently users have no comprehension of what IT could do for them. You know? I mean, I used to design and build decision support systems for companies like Guinness PLC. You know, this is working at board level. And all they were asking me to do was to automate what they did manually. And it was kind of like, well, guys, I can do a lot more. So I just gave up and wrote the system I thought they should have, rather than the system they spec'd. And it kind of like worked, which is why I'm still here today. So let me give you some illustration of methods to get around that. So if we're going to design a resilient system, we need to recognize that the variety of what we need to understand before we even move into design or into delivery actually has to be, we need to recognize that in the design stage. And something I quote a lot here is a famous experiment with radiologists where they were given a batch of x-rays and asked to perform a standard cancer detection technique. On the final x-ray, people put a picture of a gorilla, which is 48 times the size of a cancer nodule. And on average, 83% of radiologists did not see it, even though their eyes physically scanned it. This is called inattentional blindness. We do not see what we do not expect to see. Now, that's not something you can train people not to do. So the minute you say, for example, send out a systems analyst to interview people or appoint a single user representative and define what people want, you limit what you're actually going to achieve. Now, there are 2 or 3 techniques to get around this. One of the ones we're starting to use a lot at the moment, and this is in our open source wiki, by the way, so you can go into kinevin.io and look at any. The way entangled trios works is a different way of defining what we need. So we take 3 types of people, 3 roles, and these can vary a bit. One is a systems architect, so somebody with a picture of the whole system, normally with a decade or so of experience, knows the people, knows the system, knows the history, has that continuity. The other is somebody young, bright, new, knows the latest technology, not hindered by that past. It's both a positive and a negative. And then the third person is a user trained to talk to IT people. We're about to make this training public, by the way, and available to people. It's a lot easier to train users to talk to IT people than to train IT people to understand users. And if anybody wants, I can go into the reasons on that later. So we take a trio, and we don't just have one trio, we have 15 or 20 trios, and we run them for a month or a couple of weeks to generate prototypes and ideas. So you've got this interaction about, well, we got these problems, or have you thought about this? Well, that would fit there. So you get these mass interactions, but you've got diversity in the system. And that's also what we know of the pre-Scrum technique, in terms of the way it works. I'm currently running a major event for one of the big pharmaceutical companies on innovation and ideas generation. And that's using a method we spent 2 years developing with people from MIT and RAND and so on, as a complexity-based approach to design thinking. The current double diamond is terribly linear, terribly structured and terribly expert-based. And one of the ways this works, so we're doing this for generation of the next generation of R&D products. What do we need to work on in terms of drugs? So we've got sort of major experts, 3 major experts interacting with each other, with lots of small groups then interacting around them. And then those groups recombining to sort of synthesize and develop ideas. So instead of the sort of classic open space idea where anybody can do whatever they want, we have a highly structured orchestrated dance in which everybody can say something and everybody has to listen, but they do it in a structured way so that we can radically increase the number of ideas generated. So there's a lot of new methods, tools, and techniques which are available. And I've just given you 2 out of several we've been working on, and other people are doing it as well, which are designed to improve the diversity of defining what we deliver as a service in the first place. So that's kind of like one key area. The second sort of area on this is the sort of framework wars, right? And if you go back to the origins of Agile, where a lot of this comes from, and of course DevOps was a response to some of this, you get 3 major inputs that go into the Agile manifesto. So one was Scrum, The other was the whole XP community, extreme programming with Kent Beck and the like. And the third was a thing called the DSDM Consortium, which originally was set up to work around RAD and JAD techniques. And I was one of the 3 founders of that when I was in strategy for data sciences. And what was quite interesting, aside from the fact that we put the consortium together over a meal in a pub in Cheltenham rather than going to a ski resort for a week, was that we actually brought competitors together to create a standard. So I was data sciences, one of the other people from Logica, Ed Holt, who's written the story up recently, was from the Cambridge group. So three companies who competed with each other came together to create a standard. Yeah? And that was one of the inputs. What actually happens at Snowbird is that you've got a huge amount of going on. You get the Agile Manifesto. And this is going back to Max Brasso's work. If you haven't read Max Brasso on abstraction, codification, and diffusion, you should probably do it. So for things to diffuse very quickly to a broad population to be adopted, they have to be at a level of abstraction and codification that they don't require high, deep expertise to understand them. And that's why actually Agile grew around Scrum, because Scrum was abstract, it was codified, it had standards, it had processes. XP, which I've always thought was more at the heart of Agile, apologies for Alistair to using his phrase, required deep expertise and didn't have that structure. And because Scrum had built its model on a proprietary owned method with formal training and certification, the whole of the Agile movement thereafter picked that up. And we end up with things like SAFe. As I say, DevOps and other things developed partly as a counter to that. But you still are into these sort of framework wars, this sort of we adopt one thing and we do everything with it. So one of the things I've always believed, and it's been a part and it was the basis of the Cynefin framework when I originally created it, is I got absolutely fed up of a new initiative every 4 or 5 years, where somebody would say, I've now got the solution to the problem of life, the universe, and everything, which every intelligent person knows the answer to that is 42. And if you don't understand that, you need to read more. And now what you need to do is abandon everything you've done in the past and take on this new method. Yeah? And this is where the whole argument goes about agile transformation, mindset, all of these sort of phrases. Because the sequence is, it's not working, let's do something completely new and start from scratch. Oh, it hasn't worked, well, your mindset was wrong. It's not the fault of the designer, it's the fault of the people because they don't have the right mindset. And then you get into sort of psychological manipulation. So I was always frustrated by that because I went through business process re-engineering when I was a general manager. We did a lot of good things, and business process re-engineering works very well within a manufacturing closed system, but it breaks down completely when you move into a service relationship because there's too much ambiguity. That's actually complex, it's not ordered. So it wasn't that it was wrong, but it was right within boundaries. And of course, if you look at the management fad cycle, that's what we went through. Business process re-engineering, learning organization, blue ocean strategy, God help us, spiral dynamics. So there are not many people fell into that particular cesspit, but there were a series of initiatives, each of which claimed to be universal. And I'm sitting there as an operational general manager, managing software teams and sales teams and marketing teams and God knows what else, and saying, but all of these things have value, but they're just not universal. And that sort of stayed with me since, as we started to look at the wider Agile community, that we need to start to say, hang on a minute, there's some good stuff here. But not everybody's pathway is the same. Other people start in different positions. Where you are often matters where you want to be. And this, by the way, is a key complexity principle, an absolutely key principle. You don't actually say, where do we want to be and try and close the gap. You say, where are we and what can we do next? Now, if you want a really simple way of understanding this is called the Frozen 2 strategy. So if you haven't seen the Frozen 2 movie, even if you haven't got children or grandchildren, you've now got an excuse to watch it because a complexity expert has told you to watch it because it's a great complexity movie. And in the middle of the movie, the real heroine of the movie, who's the younger sister without the magic, is in a really dark place. She's sort of lost, she thinks she's lost a sister, she's lost a mentor, she's in despair. And she sings this beautiful song, which has become famous in the context of Ukraine more recently. All I can do is do the next right thing. Now, in complexity, that's called the adjacent possible. Yeah, that's Stuart Kaufman's term. So what matters is I understand where I am and critically where I've come from, and I understand which steps I can take next, and I make those steps and look again. Now that has major implications for architecture, service, and delivery. So one of the things we're now starting to look at is start off, rather than say we need a transformation, say what collection of methods and tools do we already use? Where do they work well? Where do they work badly? Where are the gaps? So the first thing is a map. And the way we do that maps is we actually distribute Gamba software. So we actually have all workers involved in the participation over a period of time in generating situational assessment, ideas generation, because we want that map of where things are. This is called an estuarine framework, but it sort of mimics an estuary map. Because in an estuary, you might have a granite cliff. Well, that's not going to change, or the cost of change is very high, but you only have to survey it every 15 or 20 years. Whereas the sandbanks are shifting and changing every day, so you have to map them continuously, and you have to make a decision about whether you employ pilots or whether you dredge a channel and put out buoys to make it easier for other people to use. You can see where I'm going with that metaphor. So the estuarine metaphor is kind of like, it's to create a map of the present and where we are. Yeah, and that's what we want to go with. So that's what we want to do with Agile methods. We then work out what we should do next, which is likely to either, if it fails, teach us something, but in a safe to fail way, or if it succeeds, give us a new pathway that we can amplify quickly. And therefore, one of the things we're doing, and this is going to be open source, these are the prototypes, is to take all of the main Agile methodologies and the DevOps methods, break them down into their lowest constituent part. And these are kind of like the sort of cards which are starting to be created, so that people can put these together in different combinations. There's a whole body of science behind the Hexi concept. So you start off by saying, this is where we are, and this is the pattern. Now, if we take that thing out and we put that thing in, or we do this next, we can develop. So everything which is in the big frameworks is being put into that kit, so that you don't have to adopt a single kit, you can adopt different variations. And as I say, we're open source in the spec and everything else, so this is non-proprietary. Anybody else can contribute and make it a part. Now, I'm going through that because we're currently in the final stages of getting ready for that, so if anybody's particularly interested, they should get in touch. But the principle is a really clear one. And this is the principle of how you scale within any complex system. You don't scale by taking something which already worked and repeating it, because the context will change. You don't scale by putting lots of things that work into a big construct like SAFe, because again, that's context free, it's not context specific. What you focus on instead is the way complexity scales, is you decompose and you recombine. So it's rather like DNA. From 4 basic chemical compounds, the whole of organic life form develops. And in effect, the big frameworks are all at the wrong level of granularity to scale. So you break them down to smaller grains and allow different things to recombine. So you might, for example, take out the sprint card from Scrum and replace it with a 5-month time box. There's no reason why you shouldn't do that. That's combining 2 different methods. So I say that's the pathway we're going. And then finally, I want to address the mindset question. And this is probably one of the more controversial things I'll say, which is anybody who talks about we need a mindset before we can do a program doesn't understand the basic science of human motivation. Yeah? There's no such thing as a mindset. I mean, I know it's a convenient phrase, we all use it. It's a way of passing blame from system design to the individuals. It's you haven't got the right mindset. The way we look at that is to look at what people are the term people are using is more complex. What it means is the underlying substrate, the underlying culture isn't permitting us to do something we think we need to do. That's what they really mean. And so the first question is, well, maybe you've got it wrong anyway, because you haven't listened to people or you haven't dealt with the present. But the mindset word we divide into three: agency, affordance, and assemblage. Yeah, so there aren't many questions coming in, so I'll spend a couple of minutes on this. This is a different way of looking at the problem. So your first question is, who has agency in the system? Who can actually do something? Who can make outside constraints? Who has authority? And there's a whole body of work on that, which works on distributed decision making rather than delegated decision making. And again, a lot of mistakes Agile teams make is they don't focus on distributed decision making, they want delegated decision making, and the two are very different. The second thing, these are the 3 A's, is affordance. This comes from evolutionary biology. What does the ecosystem allow you to do? Yeah, if you're really good at climbing trees in the middle of a desert, then your skill can't be used. Right? So that's where we go on that sort of mapping. What are the affordances provided by the system? And the third thing, assemblage, and this is where we start to do mass narrative mapping, is what are the patterns of previous experience, the water cooler stories, the beliefs in the organization, which rather act like attractors or whirlpools. They suck people in and people can't escape from them. So rather than this sort of arbitrary mindset with some of these crazy multi-choice questions to identify what mindset you've got, and a sort of near-religious fervor about we'll preach the new Agile mindset, and if you all adopt it, we can move forward. Let's take a slightly more scientific approach and say those 3 questions. What assemblages are provided by the environment? What affordances are provided by the environment? Can we change them? Can we modify them? If we modify them, do we get the right result? What are the patterns of past and current belief and history, which are basically creating responses? If you run a change initiative, you've got a history of change initiatives and people respond in terms of the way that works. And then finally, how do you achieve agency in the system at the appropriate level? It's not delegation, it's distributed decision making. So at that point, having hopefully upset a few people, but the right people, and giving you some new ways of thinking for you too, I'll stop and open up for questions. Right, response to Neil, yes, it does. All right. We've just done the first big beta tests on this. Ironically, I've been in Basel, I've been in Cambridge, I've been in elsewhere. What we've actually found is if you start by mapping the constraints, and as I say, we can do that distributed or we can do it in a workshop or ideally both. So you basically map all of the constraints which are present within the system, and constraints can be good or bad. They're not always negative. And then we map those onto a grid, which goes energy cost of change against time to change. And of course, things with high energy cost of change and long time to change are what we call counterfactuals. They ain't going to change in the near-term future. And things which are low cost of change, low time to change, are highly volatile and risky. And so that actually creates what we call the actor space, the space in which you can even operate. And again, that's key. You don't start with this idealistic future debate. And then within that, we identify what of the constraints are producing consistent results, which we like. Those are called constructors. Where are the white space where we need to create, effectively do safe to fail experiments. And then all of those projects get mapped onto Kinevin, and we try and shift or change the ecosystem. So again, it's coming back to that rewilding concept. We plant some wild gardens, we build a dam, we put a canal between 2 streams. We're modifying the environment to see what would actually happen. Any more questions? You've got 4 minutes. Okay, so no more questions. So say if anybody, we've currently got the whole of the sort of Scrum stuff sorted, and we've got the Spotify stuff sorted. We're looking for people who really understand DevOps methods, who can work with us on that sort of method definition. So feel free to get in touch if you're interested. Sorry, Deirdre, back to you.
No, I was just going to say that doesn't seem to be any, but if you as you said, if you want to give more information about your project, that will be good. And I think you started us on a very thoughtful and thought-provoking day, and this is really something that we need to think more and talk more about. So if there are no more questions, would you like to stop, or do you have anything more to say for a minute or two?
Yeah, and I'm happy to deal with questions and happy to go back to clearing the email. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No.
No, I think we're there, dear.
Okay, nothing there. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Sorry, did you want to say anything more, or
Just
shall
thanks.
we?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. It was a very thought-provoking, at least I found it so very involved. And thank you again. And we'll be sending the recordings to people who have joined, and we'll pick it up from there. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, bye.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Yul. Thanks for joining. And I take it you're going to teach us some tips and tricks for cross-browser and cross-device testing. So over to you.
So we can start?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So you can see my screen, yes? Okay. I hope that it means that you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start. I need to see my screen. Okay. So hi, everyone. My name is Eyal, and I'm a solution architect here at SOSLabs. Welcome to the sessions with the short name, Tips and Tricks for Cross-Browser and Cross-Device Testing using Java Testing Frameworks. I'm based in the UK, and I have a passion for learning new technologies and new test frameworks. This is also the reason for these sessions that I wanted to challenge myself to learn new Java frameworks such as JUnit 5, that is quite new, and understand the complexity of using different frameworks to run tests in parallel and on different platforms and browsers. The sentence, be a student, not a follower. Actually, this is, I heard this sentence only a few weeks ago, I admit, and it's very accurate for these sessions. I created these sessions from my experience, and I am sharing my knowledge. I heard you to try it yourself, ask questions. Why did I develop in this way? Why not try another way? And I will be happy to understand from your experience and your tries if there are better ways to implement what I did here. If you are a Star Wars fan, I assume you know this guy, Mandalorian, and the sentence, this is the way. So meaning that for him, there is only one way. So in automations, in my opinion, I don't think there is one way. Always check and try new things and challenge yourself. Let's start with understanding Java and you. What do I mean by that? This is something that I will be happy if you share in the Q&A. There is question and answer if you want, of course, in the chat about how you start with Java. So this is you, and these are some of the available programming languages in the market. Did you say, I want to develop Selenium or Appium with test with Java? You took Java courses and found a good company that develops automated tests with Java? Or actually, Java chose you, meaning that you arrived at the new companies or new teams that already use Java as the automated frameworks, and you start developing with Java. For me, I arrived many years ago. I arrived at a company here in the UK to be part of one of the Agile teams as a QA member. And the company used Java with Selenium. So I was needed to learn Java and Selenium and develop automated tests with the team. So if you want to share, I will be happy to read that later. So let's start with Java testing frameworks. In these sessions, I will talk about cross-browser testing and cross-device testing and how to run in parallel. I will do that by using Java with the popular frameworks TestNG, JUnit 4, and JUnit 5. There are also examples of cucumbers in my repository that I will share here. Still, since Cucumber is mainly used with other frameworks such as TestNG and JUnit, I will not mention Cucumber in these sessions. And after all, we have only 30 minutes. And I run my test using Selenium and Appium. I run the test on virtual machines and devices located on SOSLabs platform, since I have access to these platforms. But you can use my example and run it on any cloud solutions or Selenium Grid for VMs. Hopefully now you can see, you should see a pool with the questions about the framework that you are using. I will be happy if you can share which automated framework you are using these days, and I will share the result in the end of these sessions. Okay, so this is the link to my repository with the frameworks example. You can see that for each framework, I have a modules folder that you can take a look. Hopefully during this weekend, I also add more README about this, how to use these frameworks. Before diving into cross-browser or cross-device testing, and before talking about running tests in parallel, let's show some facts about the frameworks in one slide. So first of all, as you can see, JUnit 5, also called JUnit Jupyter, is the new Java framework in town. Quite new from the last few years. About annotations. So annotations are all the tags that we can add on methods to explain to the framework which method is a test to run, or which method should run before each test, or before all the tests, or after each test. So as you can see, all the framework, of course, support annotations. Some have more, some have less, but in general, they are all support annotations to run a test or run code before or after each test, for example. Assertions, that's actually the goal of testing. We run a business flow such as login, and we need to verify, did you manage to log in? Is a specific element is enabled, visible, clickable, and so on. The frameworks are all have a different assertions, but of course they are all support assertions. Assumptions. Personally, I don't remember using assumptions in my test, but they are available in JUnit frameworks and not in TestNG. And last but not least, thread safe. So running tests in parallel, meaning running multiple threads simultaneously. When multiple threads are working on the same data and the value of our data is changing, that scenario is not thread safe, and we will get inconsistent results. JUnit 4 and JUnit 5 are thread safe, but for TestNG to be thread safe, we need to add thread local construct when defining the Selenium or Appium, for example, driver, for example, to allow us to store data that will be accessible only by a specific thread. So if you're using TestNG, you need to use this thread local, and that will cause that TestNG will also be thread safe if you need to run your test in parallel. Let's move on to cross-browser and cross-device. So what is actually cross-browser? Cross-browser testing or cross-device testing can help you verify if your website or your native app works as expected across various browser, operating system, device, and resolutions. And why? Why run on different browsers or different devices? In 2 words, digital confidence. You want confidence in your products. More than that, you want that your user, your customers will be confident in your products. Your web applications must deliver a flawless user experience to your customers. Identify and fix any issue prior to release. Ensure every customer has a positive user experience with your products. And if a user has trouble with the app, it performs poorly, takes too long, or doesn't work effectively on their chosen browsers or platform, you are in heap of trouble. They are likely to go elsewhere, never to return. So this is why it's very important to use and run on different browsers and platforms. In my example, I'm testing a web app. For every frameworks, I created 2 classes, and that include 3 tests. The first test is to verify that the web app was located as expected, is loaded, as expected, by verify the website title. This is only one way of so many others ways to verify this. 2 other tests from the second classes are about testing the login. One test is to test the successful login, and the URL is changed, or we enter the wrong username or password and we stay on the same page. Again, there are so many ways to test these scenarios and verify them. I am showing here only one way. So as I said, for the demo, we have 3 tests that we want to run. And where do I need or can run this test? So I can run this test on desktop browser, different versions, operating system, resolutions. I can run them on simulators and emulators, and I can run the web test on real devices. And cross-browser testing and cross-device testing, I will run this test on different platforms, such as the latest -1 versions of Chrome on Mac, or the latest versions of Firefox on Windows 10, or on Samsung device with Android 12, or iPhone 13 with version 15. So all my 3 tests should run on these 4 platforms. Parallel executions. Why running in parallel? The answer, fast feedback. Accelerate execution, reduce the execution times, and resolve the limitations of time and still assuring quality. I found out that running in parallel for different companies and different users, it's mean and done differently. For example, the parallel executions are done in the platform level. Okay, the test will run sequentially on the Android device or the latest versions of Firefox, but if I have here 4 platforms, I will run 4 tests. 4 tests will run in parallel. Or I can say it another way is to look at parallel execution is that all tests on all platforms will run in parallel. So in this example, I have 4 platforms and 3 tests, so 12 tests will run in parallel. Or I can customize the parallelizations. For example, devices are expensive resources, so I will run all my tests on the same device, but for VMs, such as desktop or simulators and emulators, I can create more VMs and run my test in parallel. So in this example, in this way, 8 tests will run in parallel. So let's start with JUnit 4. In my example, I am using Maven as the build automation tool. There are other tools such as Gradle in the market. From the Maven website, I select JUnit 4 latest versions and copy it to my POM file. I defined 4 parameters and created a 2-dimensional array with the platforms I want to run my test. And when I run my test, each parameter will get the value from the 2 dimensions array. So, for example, when I run my code with the first lines in the array that I showed in the previous slides, I will set the capability of browser name with Chrome, browser versions with latest -1, and platform name with Mac 11. The reason I added platform parameter, as you can see here, it's the desktop value in this example. It's because I want to run my web app test on desktop VMs, and for that I'm using Selenium. But I also want to run my test on Android and iPhone devices, so I'm using Appium. Selenium and Appium capabilities are different, so I need to add these differentiations between which platform I'm running, and according to that to create a different capability. Defining the parallel execution is done in the POM file by adding the Maven Sapphire plugin with the configuration that you can see in this here. Running the test, I make sure I am on the right path. We can see the parameter that I defined and the array with all the platforms, and how I created the driver. And in the POM file, I defined the running in parallel. To run all the tests, I'm using the commands maven clean test. I need to run all my tests. I will switch to the Sosta platform and see that tests run on the desktop browser and are still running on the real devices. If I switch to the real devices, I can check the result of one of the tests that we run. This is the successful login test. We can also check the execution of one of the real devices. This is the failed login test. And we can see that all the tests run and passed. Moved on to JUnit 5. From the Maven website, I selected JUnit 5, latest versions, and copy it to my POM file. Please note that JUnit 5 is called JUnit Jupyter if you're looking for that. In JUnit 5, there are many new options to use parameters in methods, but the challenge for me was that this is per methods, and I was looking for something global, but I admit that I couldn't find it. So I selected to use CSV file and added the parameters to all my tests, because test is actually a method. The CSV file format is as you want to handle it later. I created the CSV file that includes the capabilities name and the capability value separated by slashes. So later on I can handle this file in a different way. Before each method will run before each test, I found out that test info parameter that is part of the before each includes the CSV file parameters. So we defined that we defined for each method. So each time test info will include a row from the CSV file, and the row is the platform we want to run. I develop a method to handle the data from the CSV file and set them in a map structure where the key is the capability name and the value is the capability value. As you remember, I have the info about capability names and value from how I built the CSV file. Defining the parallel execution is done in the POM file by adding the Maven Sapphire plugin with the configuration as it is here. There are many options to run in parallel using JUnit 5, and more info can be found in the JUnit 5 documentations. Running the test, I make sure I'm in the right path, this time JUnit 5 modules. You can see the CSV file that contains all the platforms. So 4 rows, it means 4 platforms. And for each test, let's go to the test. And for each test, I defined to use this CSV file. So this is first class, and this is the second class with the other 2 tests. Before each, the run that run before each test, get the row for the CSV file, and I handle this row, get the capability names and values to create the driver. And again, you can see all this example in my repository. To run all tests, I'm using the commands maven clean test. All my tests start to run. I will switch to the Sosta platform and see the tests run on the desktop browser and are running on the real devices. As before, I can back to the VMs. I can check the result of one of the tests that we run. This is the success login test, and we can see that all tests run and passed. Moving on to TestNG. From the Maven website, I selected TestNG, latest versions, and copy it to my POM file. We can use TestNG frameworks without the XML file, but I think that the TestNG XML file gives a lot of options for controlling and running on different platforms and using parallel executions. Here we can see how to define the path to the XML file in the POM file. In the XML file, each test sections that you can see is a platform that we want to run with the names of the capability and the value. I can customize and define how to run tests in parallel. Okay, so here I define that I want to run all the tests in parallel, thread count 10. For example, for running on a desktop, I also define parallel methods in these sections, meaning that all the 3 tests will run on 3 different Windows 10s, Windows 10 and Firefox browser in parallel. But I didn't define that for real devices, so the tests will run sequentially on each device. It is easy to read the parameters from the XML file to the test and set the capability according to the value. Running the test, I make sure that I'm on the right path, on the TestNG path. Okay, this is the, you can see the XML file that contains all the platforms and how I define what to run in parallel. Okay, that's all the platforms. Capability name, capability value, I define everything here. And in the POM file, I defined how to find this XML file.
Excuse me, Yuval, there are some queries about the poll and your Unit 4 and Unit 5. Do you want to move with these also now? Because
there's a questions about that?
Yes, they say that, can you please show us some real practical examples?
Okay, so these are real practical example of Unit 4 and Unit 5 that you can find also in the repository. So if I can share later, or we can share the, I will share in the Q&A the link to my repository. In my repository, you can see everything that I run here are taken from the public repository that you can take a look. It's an example, full end-to-end example that you can take a look.
Okay, so there are queries there on, if you look at Q&A.
Okay,
you'll see what needs to be dealt with.
Okay, no problem. If you want to later on, if I will not manage to share this repository here, so you can reach me on one-on-one on the, and I can share with you this example or answer any more questions about Unit 4 and Unit 5, no problems.
Okay.
Just I want to summarize, because that's the last session, the last slide, about conclusions. Again, maybe I missed something here, and I will be happy to hear your thought about the frameworks. But from my experience, or what I try to do here, if we're talking about cross-browser, I think that Unit 4 and TestNG with the XML file are pretty good for supporting cross-platform. Unit 5, this is a new framework for me. There are many new ways to use parameters and source of arguments, but they are per methods. I couldn't find built-in options to define parameters and efficiently use them before each method, for example. And if we are talking about parallel executions, JUnit 5 has new options to run in parallel if I compare it to previous JUnit versions. And TestNG, it is easy to customize the parallel executions from the XML file. So now I can switch to the questions, I assume. Okay, so how can you please show us some real practical? So let me try to see if I can very quickly share also. Okay, so you still can see my screen, not sure. So my example are from, just a moment. One sec, okay. So I copy here, Control C, and where it is. Okay, so can you see, did I share the, why I cannot see that? In the QA, so I shared my, this is my repo, okay? Okay, so yeah, so I shared the Git repository with all this example. Already shared, okay. So you can take a look there. There is a folder for JUnit 4, there is a folder JUnit 5. You can reach me here for more information about that. I will add, probably tomorrow, I will add more information in the README, how to use these frameworks, but the practical, but you can find there all the information. Can I use the TestNG frameworks without XML files? Yes, so TestNG without XML file you can use the same as you can use JUnit 4 and JUnit 5. But in my opinion, one of the best practice of TestNG is to use the XML file because the XML file give you more options of playing with how to run in parallel and how to define the browsers or the mobile devices that you want to run. So it's very powerful to use the XML file for cross-browser and for running parallel. Here I share my repository. Your screen is not visible. Yeah, I have nothing to share now, so I stop the sharing. What else? And about the pool. Oh, so maybe I can share the. How can we see the pool's result? Let me see. How we can see the pool result? That's a good question. No active pool to vote. So, do we know how to share the pool? Is it available somewhere? So I hope that you vote in the pool, but I don't know how to share the result. Click the pool. Oh, I have something. Click the pool. I click the pools, but it says no active pool, so I have nothing in the pool. It's empty.
Here, people can see the result under polls. So if everyone goes to polls, they can see the results there.
Because I cannot see the result. So everyone can see the result?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can take a screenshot, because for me it says no active pool to vote, so I cannot see the result. So hopefully others can see the result. More questions? And again, you can find me in the lobby on just try to find my name and okay, now I can see it, the pool again. So if I click on the pool, okay, now I can see. Okay, so 30% using TestNG, 20% Cucumber, 20% JUnit something else, JUnit 4. Oh, okay. And okay, so it's good to know that people are moving from JUnit 4 or started from JUnit 5. I can see that still TestNG, it's the popular frameworks. I really like TestNG, I must say. Cucumber 20%. Maybe I was need to add if it's Cucumber plus TestNG or Cucumber plus JUnit. But it's also nice to understand that that people are using Cucumber. That's it. I think that we passed the 30 minutes. If you have more questions, please find me and I will be happy to share more information if needed.
Okay. Thank you, Yul. That was a active presentation. So you got people to join in, and I'm sure they'll come over to your booth if there are any more queries that they have. And so that was a techie and very involved presentation. Thank you. And let us move to our next presentation. Thank you, Yul.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Welcome to our next presentation. This is breaking the code from Stuart from Cisco, and he will go into all the intricacies of how we do it and what not to do. Okay, over to you, Stuart. And
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me just play. Can you see my slides okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Welcome, everyone. In our session today, you'll get to know the real benefit of NetDevOps and continuous integration, and how to use a build server and how this can automatically deploy and test proposed configurations in testing, staging, and production environments. The goal of this is to create a complete environment that demonstrates the benefits across our entire network. So before we start, hello, I'm Stuart Clark. I'm a senior developer with Cisco DevNet. Cisco DevNet is the developer relations team at Cisco. I'm also an author for Cisco Press, and I'm also a main contributor for the Cisco DevNet certification program, including the CCIE DevNet Expert exam. So let's kick off with day one ops. The network has always been a very, very manual process. Command line interfaces were always built for human consumption and readability. However, this method really did not scale, and it's led to many inconsistencies, errors, and even network outages. And this presenter can confirm this has happened to him many times. So it's a fact that networks have become very, very more complex, and with an increase of operational cost and dependencies. So any simplification has been very gladly welcomed within networks. One of those main things was always decoupling the software and the hardware. Decoupling the software and the hardware implies the advantages of having two independent lifecycle management, one for the software and one for the hardware. However, while dealing with two life cycles or two lifecycle managements does add a little more complexity, because traditionally vendors assembled the software, this disaggregation gives the added flexibility to pick the best of breed. And in certain cases, that flexibility does outweigh some of the complexities that we see here. Network engineering teams need to be both agile and adaptable. the only constant in the networking industry is change. So engineering teams, how can they adapt? Interestingly, pretty much all network engineer jobs these days describe some sort of scripting language, such as Python, Ansible, and Go as a requirement. And while scripting can take a lot of the laborious repetitive tasks out, they still have their shortfalls. And these often snowflake scripts are generally owned by one person and run locally. So therefore, we need to move up a level and not just go into network automation, but to use a DevOps model, which advocates both monitoring and all steps of construction, from integration, testing, releasing to deployment, and even infrastructure management. However, before we start that transformation, we have to train our automation. Training automation is very, very similar to having a new person on board with your company. With no knowledge of your network, your customers, or your business goals, you wouldn't let a new person with no experience loose on your network. So treating automation is the same way as onboarding automation processes. Many networks I've worked on use a combination of different features, and the term feature often refers to network protocols such as BGP and interfaces. And by using infrastructure as code, a feature could then be represented as such like a Python object, with attributes which represent the feature configuration on the network devices themselves. So by implementing a learning method, we can provide a representation of all of our devices, their state, and what that device does, and we can do this per feature. Our training method learns the operational state of our devices by executing a series of commands and passing those outputs into common data structures across many different operating systems. We can then take that output and we can store that same key value pair structure across all of our network devices, no matter what they are. Being able to store this makes it possible to take that snapshot of our network at the state in different points in time and then compare these states to our desired state. So this is really where we then move into source control. As mentioned before, automation has been used on the network, but when it's been built and ran, it's typically owned by one person. This leads to a general lack of control. We know that by using a source control in a network for storing device configurations, it helps teams enforce a healthy process and workflow. All the changes that I've performed in network are now logged in a source control first before being pushed into a production network. This gives anybody looking a linear history of changes with a log of individual responses for each state of changes, and enabled our company and team to enforce things like mandatory reviews, which means having somebody else review all of the changes before they get put onto our production, and having automated tests performed against the files in the source control system itself. Furthermore, most source control tools can also add metadata to the change, such as why a change was made or reference to a traditional sort of issue or trouble ticket. Having this additional metadata also provided very useful when troubleshooting in things like monumental outages. So now we've looked at some of those things, how do we actually go about the building? Well, we can also do building using automated tools too. And by doing this, we get a great reduction in the number of issues by leveraging low code and playbook power workflows with the efficiency of closed loop and intent-based operations. Common network issues, therefore, become more spontaneously resolved, easier again to troubleshoot. This also makes our networks a lot more resilient by following this methodology, as we are reviewing the need for manual interruption in case of an event. It also means that I can offer now a highly level of service and more consistency across all of our network services and devices. For a long term, this also sees an increase in strategic workflow by automating and putting a pipeline of a lot of repetitive tasks, which were the ones most subject to human error. This helped our business drive improvements and a lot of innovation across all of our network as well. And finally, just by using automated tools, we are able to get a lot of greater insights within our network, which makes us more responsive to change through analytics. The more visibility that you have with something to be able to understand precisely what's happening within a network at given points in time also gives the ability to control and adapt as needed. This is for things like use cases such as expanding capacity or bandwidth. So from a success point, our network success relied on telemetry, automation, machine learning, and programmability, along with a lot of declarative intent. And by doing this, we were able to accomplish the following in our network. We were able to design and build a complete CI/CD network that can learn the intent of our network behaviors, deliver predictive analysis, and provide recommendations. We can also implement automated services as well and operate autonomously with active monitoring, and also to provide all to our customers and organization to ensure that network performance and behaviors remain always aligned to our business goals and objectives. All of these things combined help build an autonomous network that is both predictive and adaptive to its own environments. So let me share with you now some of this and what this means in a quick demo as a show and tell. In the demo today, just to set it up, I'm going to be using Cisco NSO. If you're not familiar with NSO, NSO is Cisco's Network Service Orchestrator. It is an orchestration platform which can control hybrid networks and provide a life cycle of service automation. NSO relies on a model-driven platform for automating network orchestrations using Yang, and it also supports a lot of multi-vendor networks through a variety of network elements, or what we call NEDs. In the demo today, we will show how we can track all of the status of our network, as we talked about in the previous slides, at any given point in time. We can also track who proposed and approved those changes and specific configuration change devices. We can also look as well and see the visibility of all the configurations at any point in time given a previous situation, and how we can define and run tests before passing any criteria into accepting a change, whether that is successful or not. So let's jump in and take a quick look at our flow. This is our production workflow, and this is the flow that we use in production today. From beginning to end, as you can see, there are a lot of steps here, and this is our CI/CD pipeline, starting with adding just a simple task. Having the task first reviewed and having the automated testing is a key element here. So let's look at some of those steps a little closer and unpack what this actually means within our production. I think everybody's pretty much familiar with Ansible, so Ansible is a good starting place. And here within our Ansible playbook, you can see snippets of the code. These playbooks are pulling information from the network automation orchestration tool NSO, which we mentioned before. What happens here is it takes the configuration from the network devices in a JSON format. It then transforms them into YAML. This allows our engineering teams to add and remove and make changes quickly. The point here is that we don't need to actually write YAML from scratch, because there is an int_vars.yaml file which creates the structure itself. All we need to do is to change the part that we need to do to merge into our devices. This is also possible because we're using an Ansible module which is supported by NSO. This uses JSON RPC API, which allows a lot more nerd knobs to be tweaked. However, the downside is that a lot of people aren't familiar with JSON RPC. They're more familiar with REST or RESTconf, meaning troubleshooting development, in my experience, can be easier if we're using the RESTconf modules. So that's just a little tip if you're using this. Once the changes are made, we can push this back into our CI/CD pipeline and into the network configuration automation tool. Let's look at actually how that works and a potential change. So here we're doing a simple change on a device. This example shows a snapshot of a Cisco router. When this was parsed using NSO and converted to YAML, this is the output that we get. The core router has one IP address for the interface itself, and the IP address for the interface has been updated on the last octet from 37 to 73. When this change has been made, our version control system can kick off and run our pipeline itself. And this is what the pipeline looks like. Within the version control system here, our automated checks check the highlighted and produce the change to us so that another engineer can perhaps review this. We can see that in GitLab itself, this uses a line-based diff, so it will initially always store the complete changes in lines, and we do not see just the last octet change in the interface IP address in the diff or the change itself. If the change looks great, this is where our automated testing can be performed, and we move on to the next step. Here we can actually see that we've got our GitLab CI, and it's using a YAML file, or the GitLab-ci.yml YAML file for our project configuration. We place this into the root of our repository, and this defines all of our project pipeline jobs and their environments. Here, our YAML file defines a set of jobs with constraints for when they should be run. For this particular test, I'm using a PyAts test. PyAts is an automated test system which is written in Python and can provide connections to network devices and can also run the required tests for me. In this test job that we can have made, we can see that it's testing the interface IP address. And the test it will do is it will perform a sequence of tests to see if that device is now reachable. And this is the result then of our automated tests. Once that PyAts test job has ran, we can see a visualization of this within GitLab. This shows us the sequence of the tasks which were performed, and here is to check that connectivity that we spoke of. However, you can see from this message here that this change impacted and actually broke connectivity, which isn't really the desired effect. The terminal output is stored, and storing this output as well allows us to look at the past changes and impacts of changes, allowing our team to look at potential issues and revert changes as well. In this case, as this test failed, we could go back into GitLab and we can actually revert the changes and have another engineer review these and look at these to see how and why the error actually failed. It also gives us that missing accountability that we had from running single individual scripts from local machines or just performing the changes manually, because now we have this great linear history and we're able to look back in time at potential changes, who made those changes, and the potential output or error that caused. Often changes are made and you do not see the results. So here, having that history and understanding when that change was made and the impact it caused becomes great importance to us, to both our business and to our customers. This brings me to the conclusion in the final slide. My name is Stuart Clark. I'm a Cisco developer for Cisco DevNet. If you wanted to take a look at this entire process and even try this in a free sandbox using the GitLab runner and the CI/CD pipeline, which I showed you, you can do this today, 100% free. You can hop over to developer.cisco.com and search for the Learning Labs and just look for CI/CD pipelines. If you've got any questions, I'm going to be taking questions here at the end of this session. But if you want to follow up with me, please contact me on the details below. I'm very active on Twitter, and you can also check out some of my other code and examples and projects and all the cool things that my team's working on at my personal GitHub, or even over at Cisco DevNet's GitHub. It's always great to speak to you at these conferences, and look forward to engaging with you soon. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's wait for questions to come up.
Sure.
I'm sure there will be lots of questions. It's a very complex and involved presentation. So
thank you.
Okay. So here we go. Okay, we have the first one there. Do you see it, or will I read it?
Do. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind reading it out so the audience can read it.
Okay. How does GitOps differ from infrastructure as code?
The main difference for me between infrastructure as code and GitOps is mostly the use of immutable things like immutable containers, where you can deploy artifacts which are then converged onto suitable orchestration control. So that's pretty much the main thing. Is GitOps automation of code? GitOps is, yeah, it is. It's a way that, takes an application of development and best practices into version control and code collaboration. So it's kind of similar, but not. The two are usually used in conjunction. That's a great question.
Okay. Let's see what comes up next. Okay, I don't know. While we wait for it, would you want to? I'm sure there would be questions, so let's not go away from here.
Sure, I can. Yeah, I can take a couple of ones. I mean, some of the other common questions is how long does it take to grow your beard? I can say 15 years. That's a good question. A lot of people want to answer that one. Get asked that a lot. Usually, I get asked that in the supermarket when I'm paying for groceries.
Okay.
There's a lovely question that's coming. Would you like to read that one, please?
Yes, please. What is continuous integration?
What is continuous integration? That's a great thing. So continuous integration is basically I said smushing then, and I meant to say pushing. It's pushing small changes. Often within the network environment and production networks, you pushed out a lot of changes in through change windows. And some of those change windows, they tended to be monumental changes. And you either did this on one day a week or at a proposed change window or something like this. Often that leads to the network team being a blocker. And what we want to be able to do is to push code continuously at any point given time. And we want to be able to minimize the risk of this. So having this pipeline in place allows us to use continuous integration, pushing small changes consistently throughout the day. So instead of making one ginormous change in the week, we're always pushing changes every day, whether this is morning or afternoon. And we can push simple changes or we can push, more impactful changes, but we're always constantly pushing changes. So we're always continuously integrating those changes into our network every day instead of it just being a block process. Super great question. That was asked by Harold. Thank you, Harold.
That was yes, sorry.
Yes.
That was Harold. Okay.
Thank you, Harold.
Okay, let's see what comes on next. Okay. Let's see, there are questions, I'm sure. It's such a involved process that you described, so. Okay. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any coming up right now. So maybe we should. We've got 10 minutes. So do you want to summarize, please, Stuart? We have 10 minutes, or do you want to stop?
No, we can do a quick summary. So what you saw today was how how my team transformed our network deployments. As we mentioned, a lot of the time we used to just do this manually, and then we started moving into automation scripting, with single scripting to do Snowflake changes. And a lot of the time for moving into those Snowflake changes, the reason for doing that is to remove the human error and to be able to deploy changes more quickly. However, as I mentioned in the piece, that these scripts often live on individual machines and you're not really sharing them. Plus, when you're making these scripts, there's often there isn't a rollback procedure in place for deploying these. And as we know, you should be able to seamlessly roll back as easily as you roll forward, especially if you're making changes in any form of production network. So moving everything into a CI/CD pipeline makes this process a lot more simpler. It makes it a lot more smoother, and it gives us a lot more accountability. As mentioned from the continuous integration and question and the infrastructure as code question that came in from the audience members, is that moving from into machine readable formats such as YAML and JSON enables also other teams to be able to work on this and work a lot more faster and with a lot more agility as well. It's not something that is it can be built overnight. Something like this does take a little while to build, especially if you're working on a large scale network such as the ones that I've worked on, where these sites cross into multiple countries, multiple geographical regions, and often have millions of users on them. So you do have to start with the low hanging fruit and not try to boil the ocean. sometimes it does feel like you are emptying the ocean with a teaspoon every day, trying to knock this down. But it's just, first of all, it's going and working with the simple tasks first and eliminating those simple repetitive tasks that a lot of engineering teams are faced with every day. This allows a lot of engineering teams then to free up resources and work on more interesting and cooler things, because nobody wants to be manually logging into devices and copying and pasting things into Excel sheets. So the CI/CD pipeline for the network has been a tremendous help for not only myself and a lot of companies that we've worked with for deploying automated changes across their entire infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. That was good to sum up also.
Thank you.
And let's stop a little early. Give everybody a chance to get a cup of coffee, and
I like that.
Let's move to the next session, which is a panel. So please, let's go through there. And thank you again, Stuart, and for your panel yesterday too.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Bye-bye,
okay,
everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. I hope you got your coffee on time, and we are all set to go ahead with the next panel, which is on Agile software testing. And Richard is Richard Self. He's going to moderate the discussion. You have some speakers you've met, but I'll leave it to you, Richard, to carry on, introduce and carry on.
Thank you very much, Dira. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this session on Agile software testing. We've got 4 panelists that you can see. We've got Mudit Singh, Bill Zilberfield, and Dr. Nanda Kumar Ramakrishnan. They've got very, very interesting and useful experience to talk about various aspects about Agile software testing and how it compares with the traditional form of software testing. And the thing that's interesting to me is that over the years, we have developed some very, very strong processes and approaches to professional software testing of traditional types of systems. A topic that I'll be talking about at another conference is about, and I talked actually early on this year at another of the Unicom conferences, is about the differences in testing AI systems. But we're not necessarily going to be talking about that one today, but it's what are the tools, what are the approaches that allow us to be able to do testing effectively and professionally in an agile environment compared with a traditional kind of slower waterfall type of environment. What I'm going to do is to get the 3 panelists to introduce themselves and a couple of questions that they feel are important in our discussion. I've asked the group to, rather than concentrate on giving you answers to problems, to provide you with ultimately the questions that you as software test engineers, as project managers, program managers, the questions you need to ask yourselves in order to get the right solution. It goes back over history. Over the last 50 years I've been involved in the field, we've learned that we need to ask what our problem is before we go and look for solutions. And it seems to me over the years that we've lost that knowledge. We are so open to getting the latest new shiny piece of equipment or whatever, with lots of lovely shiny buttons, and then start looking for problems that we can apply it to. We've known for 50 years that's the wrong way. We need to look for what is our problem, define it. And these three gentlemen are going to help you find out what your real problem is. But then you can go and find solutions to improve the speed or effectiveness of your Agile testing. So, Moody, I'd like to start off. Introduce yourself, a couple of minutes as who you are, your background, and then your two problems.
Awesome. So first of all, thanks for giving me the chance, having me on the panel here at Unicom. Great privilege, and I look forward to the great discussion ahead, right? A little bit about myself. I have been in this space for around 10 years now. And for past 4 years, I've been working with a company called Lambda Test, focusing on building up a test execution infrastructure. And in that context, I got a chance to connect with a lot of enterprise, even freelancers, kind of companies who have been working in mobile and web space. And there is the area where mostly Agile is followed, because the speed of release at mobile and web technologies is a little bit faster as compared to, let's say, traditional software, right? So in this context, I'll be able to help out in how enterprises and in fact how startups are accelerating their agile releases, how they are adopting automation, how they are adopting execution of that automation, and what are the tools and processes that are required to kind of accelerate that process, how the people are moving towards shift left. That is my core, I'll say, expertise in this area.
Thanks, Mudit. Gil.
So I'm a consultant and I'm a trainer. I'm based in Israel, and I work with developers, testers, and everybody in any context who wants to write better software. Also hardware people, so if they want to write better software, that's true. I grew up in the last 15, 20 years in a very agile environment. So I both been part of that, been helping people do that. And one of the things, Richard, you mentioned that like we're looking for tools and processes, and the Agile Manifesto tells us that we need to focus first on interactions, individuals, their problems before we're solving that. And I agree that with that, we kind of head on dealing to find a solution before we define the problem. So actually, this is one of the things that I help people with, and a lot of questions. Do you know your problem? Because, sometimes it looks like you're hurting from something, but it might just be the symptom. So that's one thing. Second thing is, if you do know, can you measure where you are? Can you measure the progress toward your solution or your right solution, or if you're making progress towards that or not? So sometimes you don't see the trees from the woods. So these two things, like trying to find out where we are, what really hurts us, and are we choosing the right solution to do that? If not, can we steer clear of that? So
okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you, Neil. And Nanda Kumar, your background and your 2 points.
Sure. So I'm Nanda. I'm Dr. Nanda in Information Technologies. I have almost 20 years of experience mainly into testing. And today I'm working as a product owner in a bank of ING, where I take care on testing, chaos engineering, and so on. So my experience, even working with the previous companies like Yahoo and eBay, PayPal kind of changed, and also some of the startups, very clearly shows us Agile software testing is one of the beautiful trend that we can adapt for any kind of agility of a software is what we need. So all you need to understand is, as Richard clearly said, you need to understand what is your software you're developing for, and is it a software which actually needs an agility? And most of our relevant softwares, you say that, hey, I'm going to build an app for a banking system, I want to build an app for a travel system, and so on. Those are almost having an agility in the systems. That means the market at which the speed it goes and the trend at which the customer demands is what you need to do it. If that is the case, then agile testing software is an answer. There are a few cases where unique cases which will not match. There, the old traditional waterfall can work. So from my point of view, I can give you value add mainly into these areas where what kind of techniques can be used in software agile testings and methodologies. Of course, I can go deeper to the technologies. Like in my talk, I talked about test containers, tools, DevOps tools, continuous testings, and so on. And then we can also see how AI is helping on the discussions based on the agile testing software. So the very right question, what you clearly said, it is like for 50 years we have been saying that, oh, something shines, let's pick up that. No, rather than looking at what is shining, look at what is needed. Then that is what you need to pick up.
Yeah.
So I give it back your stage to you. I love this discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Right, gentlemen. So in this field of agile testing, what is the first most important question then that's needed to be considered by people wanting to move to agile software testing as part of their agile software development project, presumably?
Okay, I'll pick it up, and I'm going to be very controversial about it.
Good.
I see agile in the original sense, basically, is can we look in the mirror, see ourselves, and change our ways? So it's more of a cultural thing. If we're not able to do that, it doesn't matter what we do, what tool we pick or process or something like that. We pick that, we look at the results, says, the results are not so good, but let's continue doing that. Basically, you've kind of thrown away the agility thing. Agility is looking in the mirror, see what's out there, and if it's good, go continue. If it's not good, change. If you're not willing to change, and it's not you, a person, it's you, an organization, or even as a culture, then the whole discussion is kind of moot.
Okay, Mudit, got a thought on that
Yeah,
one?
so I think, Jill, that kind of raises up a very good point as well. So agile means moving fast, and moving fast does not mean just the release velocity. Moving fast should mean how good you are with experimenting, how good you are, and how agile you are in finding issues and solving them, right? So if there's an issue in the testing, you have to be agile enough to solve it at a lightning speed as well, right? So just having a, let's say, test process does not necessarily mean you are releasing good quality. The whole process should be that, yeah, quality has to be released and it has to be released in a faster manner, but we have to experiment with that. We have to set up right practices. We have to set up right processes to ensure that quality is not compromised at the, let's say, for speed. So best of both worlds we need. And that's sometimes become a very challenging issue, like finding out a right balance between speed and quality.
Taking that on then, Nanda Kumar, you're in a bank and banks have an awful lot of compliance issues. And compliance issues are the spec.
Yes.
And you've got to be able to, I mean, in a sense, that pulls you back to, we have the standard, very rigid test cases that you just run everything against. Whereas in some of the other areas where you are kind of evolving stuff, you possibly don't have the traditional test harness and the traditional test cases which are there based on the spec. You're kind of building them almost on the fly. So how does this difference work?
Yes. See, as you rightly pointed out, banking is highly controlled by security regulating acts. So that means in most of the meetings, I have to be very honest, most of the meetings, one or other point of a discussions will be in the background of securities, in the background of regulations and so on. So the test cases becomes rigid. But the agility of the software also gives you flexibility to adapt agile model. So I know as an ING, I joined ING for the last 3 years, but ING started following the agile principles and agile methodologies for the last 4 to 4.5 years. but it was two hardships to come from the traditional way to it. Now we are following Agile software best practices, but in certain areas, the going through the norms and the regulations becomes must, and there is no shortcut and deviations. As Mukund clearly said, that quality cannot be compromised at any point of time. That too, in terms of security and regulations, there is always no. No one in the company, say any employee to your left or to your right who turn it, will always say the same sentence that you urge for. But I also agree on the other area. Today we develop many number of apps, but I cannot say, since I am using a traditional software practices, I cannot say I'm going to release my banking app of iPhone 13 only after 3 years. That's not going to work. That's not going to fly. That means if iPhone 13 is released, I should have my app supporting iPhone 13s. The agility of the world trend also needs to be there in a banking system to match the need. That's also plays in the same world. If you talk about Android 14, Android 12 is today, Android 14 dates are already announced. That means my software, which I develop for a banking, should be adaptable to the Android 14s. So even though agility is not only the question of what speed we work, it's also the trend at which the world goes, and we have to catch the trend. I've been worked on e-commerce and other industry. In one or other way, the principle remains the same, but in banking, it's more on securities and regulatory, as you said. So agility is the world at which we live. We have to follow the trend.
You've raised a very interesting point there, actually, Nandakumar, by talking about security, which clearly is important from a bank's position. But for almost all aspects of our outward-facing IT, and I guess also our own internal ones, we're now beginning to come more and more to the concept of security by design by default, privacy by design by default. It seems to me that we aren't making an awful lot of progress in this direction at the moment. If we look at just how many hacks there are and intrusions and so on. And so what I'd like to pose here is a question to all three of you, but let's start with Mudit and Gil first. What do you see is the contribution of Agile to testing security by design by default, or does security by design by default actually move you away from Agile to very, very carefully specified type of approach?
I think that, again, going back to what Agile is a lot of people from different disciplines working together, right? So security is one of these things. It could be like accessibility. It could be like anything else, performance, that usually you don't have that in the core of the team. Usually the team has the domain knowledge, the technical knowledge, how to do that. And if we're talking about security now, it's like something that you usually don't think about as the default, security by default. So an agile organization will try to get this information back into the team somehow and introduce people, or mostly what we do today is outsourcing. Like DevOps people will do that, or outsource somebody else who will try to do like pen testing or something like that. It's like performance testing, really. When you have your application, you don't know how well it's running. Will it support 1 million people? We don't know yet. So you try that, and you see the results. You say, this is where we are. We want to be like here. Then you have the spec. Once you have the spec, you can get the knowledge, the experience, the tools in order to support that. I see security going the same way, only slower. So performance was kind of, we already have the tools to do that. Security, it's the knowledge transferred into tools is not there yet. It's more expertise based.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you say that, because we all know from practical experience now that engineering security into an application, doesn't matter whether it's an app on a smart device or anything else, after the event is staggeringly expensive.
It is.
And now trying to get security and privacy into the actual original specification is infinitely more effective. And I would have thought that that then gives the test engineers a much more powerful role in enforcing security by design by default, to the benefit of businesses. And over the years, we've always looked, as you said, Gil, security is the last thing we think about. It's the least important of the non-functional requirements in the spec. And yet, we need to bring that right forward because it changes architecture. I mean, we heard yesterday about Facebook. There's that leaked paper from there deep inside the organization about the way they've just mashed everything together. They can't separate stuff out to meet different regulatory environments. A bit like they had that crazy approach to use Facebook as their working platform internally, running on their outward as part of the outward facing. So when the system crashed, they couldn't even get inside their own facilities. And unscrambling all that for Facebook is going to be a mind-bogglingly difficult job. So how do we get the test engineers, the software testing teams, to be able to enforce these sort of things to add value to the business? Because if the testing organization provides that, there will be fewer incidents, and that is going to be much result in less costs to the organization probably, and also better reputation. So that engineering security by design by default from the beginning is actually a long-term cost reducing activity. How do we sell that, and how do we get that into the test environment and then into the project teams?
So yeah, I want to take this topic. This is a very interesting point, and this is in fact what shift left approach kind of solves that as well. So security is kind of a feature as well. You can create tests for that. You can create use cases around this. I'd mentioned specs around it, and those test cases can run at the time when developer is doing a commit. A developer is doing a repo commit, right? So at the first stage itself, the test can be run to ensure that at least best practices in the securities are followed. And moving from let's say testing at the end of the stage to as a starting of the stage, security testing specifically would kind of help out in finding the issues at the early stage, rooting them out at the early stage. So here it's not just about empowering the testing teams, right? Here it's about enforcing the best practices as well. Here it's about enforcing the culture of security, making the security as a priority aspect, right? So testers are sometimes like they break their heads on the wall to tell about that these are the issues that you have to face down the line. If you bring it to me after, let's say, 2 or 3 development cycles, we may be able to find the issue, but fixing that would be a long time. It's best practice that you start off finding these issues at the early stage itself. I can write a test for you. As a tester, I'll write the test for you. It would be your job to execute it whenever you do a commit, right? So testers can be focused on the overall quality, maybe even writing tests, but developers has to be kind of put responsible in that area as well.
Thank you very much.
I actually bring a different viewpoint on security by design because I'm a security evangelist and I've been working as a security architect in my previous days. So security by design is the best component in the entire security lifecycle, what I can say. And every management and every technologic experts would love to do that. But the problem today is the security by design, as it grows, the complexity of the application is growing and growing. The complexity of an application is grown to such a level that today no one can tell what is my end-to-end. For example, today if you look at it, Netflix or in any other major companies, they have more than 1,000 to 20,000 microservices running each other. Now, 10 of the services, when they get dropped or it doesn't behave, it is very hard to say what it is. Now, similarly, any backdoor opening on any of the services might impact it. So the complexity of the systems is also building up to build a very strong security by design. But as a point of a testing, there is a very important aspect many people forget to take that into consideration in testing, and it is very important specifically in a software agile testing, agile kind of software testing. That is testability by design and testability where you can test the design capability. To say that, hey guys, I developed this design to say that this is what the design should not do and this is what the design should do. Can I test it? Can I check that? Can I ensure that whatever you are saying by design is working as it is? And also by the design, I can specifically look into it. I can validate it, the design. That piece is not penetrating into the testing ecosystem. To be very honest, if you ask me, hey Nanda, for last 5 years, what is that you have done it in this specific area of this field? Yeah, not much. Yeah, there are a few designs where I can take it and do it, but not much. So I think if an agility of the software is also going, the complexity of the software is also increasing. So I completely understand design is one of the areas strongly where you can control, specifically a security point of view. And there, if you want to do it with the power of testing, testing design principles and testability should be looked at it. And that is where the power is.
Yeah, thank you. We've got about 5 minutes. Gil, would you like to add something to that on some?
Yes, I think I agree a lot with what you said. Like, if you're lucky enough to have someone like you on the team, like it's hard to find people with security knowledge to put in it. But even if you do that, then what you report as a tester needs to be reprioritized by the product, so the developers can learn that this is important and they will change their design to be both more testable and secure. So it's not just having the testing power, testing expertise there. Everybody needs to understand over time that this is important for us, therefore we should concentrate and prioritize these things. If it's just stays at the test team, it's going to be like, yeah, I can't really affect stuff. I report, but nobody does something with it.
Yeah, but the industry at which the security industry going on, if you look at it, Log4j issues or the current issues which are running on Spring Boot and so on, the issues are enormous, and the acceleration at which it comes, it is no point in where management or a technology leaders can deny on it, and that means automatically they have to adapt. The adapting in the security is the only principle.
But I was saying that for 10 years now, and I don't see that happening too much. Like security as a specialty, knowledge sipping into the teams themselves. So I agree about the importance.
Very briefly.
Richard, sorry, can I interrupt for a minute? There are 3 questions in the Q&A panel, if you want to look at them also.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, let's have
okay, just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, okay. Just having. Okay, let's have I think the most important question of the 3 is one which says having clear requirements will be your first problem, relating to the second one, which is testing security is a specialist job. So if we can answer those 2 together, gentlemen, very briefly.
Sure. Whenever we talk about a requirement, so the clarity of the requirement is the very, very difficult, point of understanding. Because the same English sentence, when we read, and the prefix of the sentence and the postfix of a sentence can mean anything. I want to do login. Okay, you want to do login, but what? Have you already logged in? Are your account blocked users? Are you being attempted more than twice and so on? So writing a requirement is a very, very difficult task, and then making it understand. So Agile is a process which helps you to write it as a user story and then say, hey, here is what my acceptance test and criteria which can help. In the olden methodology, that was just read as a documents, PRD document of 200 page. PRD, requirement document book of 200 page. No, instead of that, you have a specific story. Under this story, tell me what is that I need an acceptance is. If you look at it in that way, go granular to that, you will find what is the clarity in your requirement. Now, talking about a security Security is specialist field, I definitely understand, but security is ownership of everyone. That means including a product owner versus a normal developer versus a person who writes the code, persons who develops a tool, as well as a person who can say, hey, this is which the tool I can check in, and this is a tool I cannot do it. Person who writes the firewall says, hey, this is a firewall which is supposed to be authorized by design and denied by designer. So as long as the culture is being incorporated as everyone's responsibility, you can get most of your work done. Huh? So it's a very simple way to tell it. I give the stage to others. Huh?
We need to finish on that one. Now, Gil, could you quickly answer the question about how Agile methodology is different from SDLC?
SDLC is software development lifecycle. It's a process. Agile is a process. So SDLC is even like an umbrella of all kinds of things, including Agile. You could have an iterative process like an Agile development. You could have even waterfall. It's going to be iterative at the end. So basically, you have to design your own process. Agility means you're basically building something incrementally and iteratively. So if you can do that, yes, you're Agile. Do you get a bonus for that? No, you need a product, not to be the best Agile you can be.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen out of the audience, sorry, thank you very much for your time, for listening to us, and I hope that you have learned something interesting, something useful from the panel.
Okay. Thank you, Richard, and of course, the panelists, but thank you for keeping this discussion going and moving it on. And thanks again. And we look forward to seeing everybody at the next presentation, which is a tool showcase by Source Lab. And then we have a 10-minute break. So recharge and go visit the booths. But if I could also ask you to please fill in the feedback forms, we do appreciate that very much. And then we'll be back at 13:31 BST time here for the next presentation. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, my name is Paul Grossman, the Dark Arts Wizard, and today I am going to be presenting here the secrets of test automation, the choose-your-own-adventure approach with code and no-code tools. If you want to see more about me, you can find me and follow me on Twitter. I'm the Dark Arts Wizard, and if you want to find me on YouTube, you can see some of my videos of all the cool automation stuff I do. Paul Grossman, the Dark Arts Wizard at youtube.com. So for this presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I've been doing test automation for about 20 years, working in multiple tools. U of T worked with VB Script and Selenium, worked on it for a couple of years with Java, and just recently I switched over to JavaScript, working with WebDriver IO. And currently, I am working for Guaranteed Rate, which is a really cool company to be working for, and I appreciate everything they allow me to do to play around with testing all their software. What are we going to get out of this session? Well, we're going to talk a little bit about the tips that I use for doing frameworks and why those matter. We'll talk a little bit about wrappers, reducing stale element maintenance, highlighting tips. And finally, for manual testers who aren't coders, I've got an option for you to do automation without getting into all this code. Now, my frameworks, they start out as usually one layer frameworks. Almost everybody does. We call that record and playback, and it's not a great idea because it's not too stable. My frameworks tend to look more like they are multiple layers, at least 3 layers, sometimes 4, in order to ensure that our scripts try to get to the end of the test without failing. So I started really writing more robust code. And these are the 5 things that I did. I did wrappers, I did logging, highlighting, and also did a spinner heartbeat in order to be dynamically waiting for our page to complete building. And then finally, getting a valid element. Now, what I do, every method uses a wrapper. Click, select, enter, they all have a wrapper. I don't do an element and a click. I do a click and pass it the element and work with that. And if the click doesn't work, we stop our test dead, because if we didn't find the button to click, then there's nowhere to go. But that's actually kind of optional for all 3 of these, because I also do if exists versions of those methods, so that if the elements are that I'm looking for aren't there, well, maybe they were in dev, but they're not in production yet. That means the same script can run in both dev and production and still get the same results, even if the elements that we're looking for aren't necessarily in that script. Now, when I talk about wrappers, this comes from my experience in UFT. Here's the one way that I generally don't say, don't do this. Don't say click on your element. What I do, because the reason is because I was ending up adding little bits of code saying, oh, wait, if it's disabled, then don't click on it. And I found, well, I could write my own method, like click advanced, and I could say, okay, pass in that element. And if it's not disabled, then go and click on it. That's great. Well, that meant I had to go and change every single line of code from click to click advanced, and there was a lot of code changes on that. The cool thing is that UFT actually had this secret little code here, and if you're working in UFT, you should look this up, register user function. And it said, if I use click, then replace it with click advanced. So every click, once I put this line of code at the top, turned into a click advanced, and everything worked over here. Here's another example in Java. Don't do a click on your element. Write your own static click advanced method and pass your element as a by into there and then go find that element. Same thing if you're working in JavaScript. WebDriver IO, you can add a command for click advanced and do the same thing. So probably a good screen, take a screen capture of, and we're going to move on forward because I was just thinking, what else could we jam into a custom method like click or select? Well, one of the things I definitely do is I like color logging, and these are all the colors that I use in my output of my logging. I do a lot of logging. Text, white text, I use elements are highlighted in light blue. My locators are in purple. My data is in a different blue. And if we pass or fail, it's in red or green. You can see that I click actually doesn't say I clicked a button. It says I clicked add to cart on the order page. I go and pick up whatever the name of the page is and report it. And if I couldn't find it, I spit out that locator. Same with enter. If I'm entering data into a field, and if I find multiple matches, I tell what exactly we did to go and find an element that was a close match so we can debug our better. Now, I log a variable in every log statement. That's my rule. Every log, if I find, when we do code reviews, if there is a log that doesn't have a variable in it, I flag it and say, put a variable, make it sure it's useful. I also look out for capitalization. You'll see that a little bit more going on here. I'm looking for the text contains or awning. That's not a mistake in the slide. I actually don't look for capital or lowercase w. I'm just looking for warning without the w, and that tells me I should log this in yellow so that I can identify my information as opposed from standard information like white where it says, hey, I found a match for a slightly different locator. And if I do find that, I say, okay, I actually clicked on add to my cart on the finish page because this locator found the add to my cart, even though the original locator didn't have that in there. All right. Also, I like reds because, if I can't find blue in a color list because I misspelled it like blue cheese, I also output what the elements that were in the list so that I can identify it and see what went different, what went wrong. This also brings up something interesting in JavaScript because we happen to work a lot in promises. And in promises, what I find is that if I've forgotten to put an await into my code, it will return my strings as promises. And they highlight pretty well, saying, oh, yep, there's something wrong here. You need to go and find that line of code and go fix it. Next thing, highlights. Highlights are important because for four reasons. They determine when an element has disappeared, which is good for when we're looking for a spinner to go away. It's helpful when we're debugging in a blind headless mode like Docker, Kubernetes, or Azure, where you don't actually get to see the desktop until the test script fails and it takes a screen capture. It does show what elements it was selected. If many of them are close matches, we can do color stuff like that. And then you can use it to show that the framework is still alive if spinners are taking a long time to run. There is a myth that highlights slow down test execution. You can thank UFT for that because this is actually a 1.5 second highlight from UFT VB script. I actually wrote my own version going down to JavaScript, and it took 66 milliseconds just to do that quick highlight. And the cool thing I found was I could make it as thick as I want in any color, and if I wanted to show the entire rainbow of colors, I could show the entire rainbow in 1 second versus this, which would take a heck of a long time in order to do that. Quick little secret, if you're working in Java and Selenium, the coolest things that get done always have to drop down to JavaScript in order to get them done. So don't be worried about it. If it throws an error, I return false. That's all I really do. I don't say that I couldn't find it or that. It just says it just couldn't be found. So here is my code. This is a good slide to take a screen capture of. If you pass in whatever color you like, green, yellow, red, blue, it will change it to that color with a 4 pixels solid outline on that. And here's the highlight off, returning false if this was not able to do it because the element just doesn't exist anymore. I took that and jammed it into my spinner heartbeat, which is basically spinning around for about 120 seconds at most, waiting for its spinner to go away. And if it doesn't, it eventually will say, it'll report out and say, hey, the spinner didn't go away for 2 minutes. That's bad. But it spins around saying, hey, were you able to highlight it? Were you not able to highlight? And then I put like wait statements in between it in order to make the highlight kind of work. This is my spinner heartbeat code, and if you take a look at this locator, you got a 90% chance of finding whatever element is your spinner on your screen, and it will loop around with that highlight on and highlight off that I showed you earlier. Yes, I do use pauses, hard-coded stops, waits in there. It's only 100 milliseconds, and if you use 100 and 250 here as it cycles around, it makes a nice little lub-dub on your screen. What does that look like? Well, the reason I use it is so that I know my framework is actually seeing what the weight or the spinner is. And if it's sitting there saying, I found a spinner and you don't see one, well, then you have to go back and go figure out what's going on with your locator. The last thing is to get a valid element. So we used to manually change our locators and classes, but I told you already I do that slightly differently. The ones that I found in the multiple matches are completely invisible. A little trick I use there is to see if it's clickable. Is visible, does work pretty good, but I also do a double check on with is clickable in order to find my elements. It basically separates my visible from my invisible spinners. So how does this work? Well, I do my little page sync, and then I go and check to see if my element exists, and if it doesn't, I go and find a similar element, and if I don't find anything, I just return null. If it does find something that works, I return that element. There are different ways that I do this. I could be returning the full element, the description from the browser. I could actually pass in a string and say, I'm looking for a button that has yes in it. I could pass it in as a CSS string. Or I could even just pass in the word yes and then inject that into my CSS locator to go see if I can find it. Is that really possible? It is cool. Plain English, just to write your code and just skip the page object model. It is, but it's a bit of a rabbit hole. I don't recommend people going to go do that. So this is how I work. I spit out my locator type, my property, my text, and if it's a button, then I can't find it, then I change my path and build a new locator there. This is, again, my code for getting a valid element. In this quick walkthrough, we'll take my locator and I'll split it with the equal sign. That gives me two elements. I'm interested in the add to cart. I replace the single quote and the ending bracket to just get add to cart. And then I go and find out what ID I was using for the property and pull the ID out. Now I've got at ID. And then my new selector gets built. Instead of a link, I'm going for a button that contains the text that I pulled out. And this is how it looks. The button contains the text that I am looking for. That's my second shot at it. And if my second shot, I take a third shot at it that says, okay, let's build it this way. Look for any element that contains a property that I originally used, the ID, with lowercase, and replace all my spaces with dashes. Pretty good shot that you're going to find this in one way or another, and it's pretty darn fast. One thing is, you might think, well, okay, you showed me 3 different ways of rebuilding that string. Do I do 4, 5, 6? No. The number that we stop at is 3. You should not go to 4. Do not go to 4, okay? If we're looking at 3 element attempts to try and find an element dynamically and it can't find it, you have to stop and fix your object repository or in your page object model. But the cool thing is that 90% of your elements will change on their own. Now, for my last 5 minutes, what if I'm not a coder but I want to go down that rabbit hole and try to find all my elements in plain English? Well, yes, you can do that. And you can do it in TestRigger, and I want to show you how you can skip the code. Now, this is TestRigger, and I'm in my Unicom Choose Your Own Adventure test suite. My landing page is going to be the Unicom website itself. I've got several test cases set up, so I'm going to start off with just looking and walking through the first one. This is my test case, and this is what plain English looks like when you don't have to write code. In this case, I'm going to start off by clicking on the Events button that is below and to the left of the start of a phone number. And I'm going to hover over Read More and then click on Read More. And then finally at the end, I'm going to do a validation to see that I do get the page that says my presentation is here. But I'm also going to do a negative test to prove that the word bogus does not appear on the screen, even though I expect it to. So let's get this started. And as the screen captures come up, we'll talk a little bit more about what is being done as the test case executes. All right. So let's back up a second here. We said we're going to go click on the events button. And if I zoom in, you can see that is the events button that I was looking for. I clicked on it and it was to the left and below of a phone number, plus 44. The next thing I did was I was going to hover over the read more button, and the read more button is here. But if I actually go and click on it, we'll see that it actually updated the screen, and it is going to go and click on it. So the screen captured because the screen moved. That's the only thing that happened there. Going to hover over sponsors. Well, sponsors is listed right up there, so I'm going to hover on that. And next, I think I skipped the spot. I want to verify that past sponsors was listed on our page. The next thing I want to do is go and click on day 2 because this presentation is on day 2. So we found day 2 over there. Then next, I'm going to hover over Tom Hoyland, and he comes on the slide after me, and I kind of like his stuff because he's working with betting and gaming, and that's kind of my side thing about statistical analysis that we just don't have time to talk about. The next thing is I want to click on Paul Grossman. It found me, and what does it show me when I click on my name? It goes and verifies that my presentation was appearing on the screen. And then the next thing we're going to do is to verify that the page contains bogus, but this doesn't contain bogus on it, does it? Let's go take a look and see. When we're looking at that bogus at the end, oh, it's in red. And what does the details say? Well, the errors say that the page doesn't contain bogus, but it's expected to. So now that might be a problem there. Interestingly enough, there is this slide, which is in yellow, which means there's a warning. I didn't specifically look for any particular error, but when I click on the show errors over here, it indicates that one of the links on the page is having an error 404. So it actually detects errors that we don't necessarily know about. And one of the other cool things is that I ran this under Ubuntu, Windows, and OS Mac. So if I take a look over here, I can see how all 3 of those systems stacked up. All right, I'd like to thank everybody for watching this presentation. Again, you can find me on Twitter, you can email me, and you can also see some podcasts where I talk about funny stories that I do with Joe Colantonio and Jonathan Wright, the QA lead. And if you are into writing code in WebDriver IO in JavaScript, Practical WebDriver IO is a great starting point to take a look at. At this point, let's play Stump the Automation Engineer and give me your questions.
Hello everybody, and now we are back for our session. We right now have Mohitosh from British Telecom, but based in India, here to talk about how to accelerate data science with DevOps. It's a really good journey that he wants to explain to us. So I'll leave it to you, Mohitosh, to take it forward. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dhira. Let me present.
Slides.
Yep. Hope everyone is able to see the screen. Okay. So as Dhira said, I am Hitosh Patankar and I work with British Telecom. And good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are having a good time and doing good. And thanks for taking time on this Friday afternoon to spend it productively. Hope you had great insights from these 2 days session. And it is my privilege to talk to you all today in this Test Agile and DevOps Summit. And thanks to Siddharth, Dhira, and everyone in Unicom for hosting this event and inviting me. Before we move on to the topic, let's discuss the historical context on why do we need to accelerate and how it is going to help organizations become more competitive, efficient, and provide accurate insights. There are a lot of buzzwords, right? But we'll take it easy and discuss how DevOps can help data science stream. A lot of you would be from a developer or operations or delivery community within your organization, and few might be from the data background also. I'm not sure whether we have a large data community, but don't worry, data science might be a different beast, but I'm pretty new to and no expert per se, but we are not going to delve deep into the neural networks and other difficult mathematical techniques. DevOps and data science essentially are quite often very, very different fields, but we will see and appreciate what is the overlap and how these two different fields can influence each other and assist data science with automation and faster, better insights. Right? So, if we look at the historical context, right, human quest for productivity, improving technologies date back to antiquity. We all look to do things faster, cheaper, and better, isn't it? By nature and evolution, we are in cycle of continuous improvement. Tools from Stone Age to fire around a million year back to wheels and so on, you name it. And recently, the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution from 1.0 to 4.0, which we are calling the recent one. The scientific management of doing things is in place, and process improvement has been aspired throughout the industrial area, like Six Sigma, Lean, total quality management, etc. And now we have AI, automation, and bots. Right? If you move away from the manufacturing and all the hard stuff, right, we have seen significant shift in software development too. And DevOps itself was built around the concept of continuous everything. We even use it in many of its terms, right? Continuous delivery, continuous testing, continuous integration, and so on. And it is really a worthy goal if you want to improve the places that form bottleneck in your software delivery systems and processes. And you'll all agree, right, that being busy isn't same as being productive. We need to be efficient. And one of the basic goal of any business is to improve productivity. The more efficient a people or process is, the less time it is required to complete that project. And the natural byproduct of this productivity increase will be the bottom line. And change is constant, but it is changing very, very fast. And we have to respond to evolving reality rather than focus on a stable fantasy, right? And evolving reality needs prediction, forecasting, and responding to the actionable insights. More and more output of data science is getting embedded in our applications. And while services are being available on the cloud, it is getting truly commoditized in every field. You name it, from financial to medical, insurance, travel, agricultural, and now autonomous vehicles, etc. It's everywhere. Now, since we are all talking about DevOps, etc., I have called it a oops moment, because recently you would have seen in the IT world, it has been experiencing an explosion of different terms around operations, right? And instead of simple rules, we are dealing with buzzwords that are causing growing confusion and frustration. It's really oops moment for all of us. DevOps, MLOps, AIOps, CloudOps, NoOps, ITOps, everything, right? I have even heard the term GitOps. But they are all helping operations in different way and achieving very different purposes. For example, DevOps, we all know, right? It's an umbrella term. It's union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. Similarly, if we talk about DevSecOps, it adds the security angle to our DevOps. So thinking about our applications and infrastructure security right from the start. Maybe automating all our security gates, automating security updates and patches for known vulnerability, and adding automated tests for security capabilities into the acceptance test criteria. For AI ML ops, we'll see in the next slide, because both AI and ML kind of get mixed up, but they are quite different. Similarly, the cloud ops is the management of delivery and consumption of software in the computing environment, where there is a very limited visibility to the app's underlying infrastructure. And Data ops is all about automating and process-oriented way for the analytics and the data team. No ops is essentially a concept. It is no operations, and the concept that IT infrastructure becomes so automated and abstracted from the underlying infrastructure that there is no need for a dedicated team to manage the software, right? And with all the cloud and serverless computing, that is helping the goal of no ops. So the term AI ops, as I was saying, right, is often used interchangeably with ML ops, which is quite incorrect. The main goal of AI ops is to enhance your IT operations by providing you with the data from multiple sources for analytics and automation. And AI ops is all about supporting and reacting to the issues in real time and providing analytics for your operations team. So it's all about your monitoring and IT ops, right? But ML ops, on the other hand, is managing of your training and testing data that is needed to create the machine learning models effectively. It's all about monitoring and management of ML models rather than your application monitoring. So with this background, let's explore what data science is, what data scientists, engineer do, why they should adopt DevOps, what is ML ops, and so on. What kind of different personas are involved in data science? There is a data engineer, data scientist, developer, DevOps engineer, and so on, right? So ML ops will be essentially the DevOps for machine learning and data science. And then we'll see how it is different from DevOps, the regular DevOps, and then the best practices and what are the available platforms. Okay, so this I had given in my initial brief too. You would have seen that, like, what data science is. Harvard calls it's the success job of 21st century. And but why is that? First, let me look at the dictionary definition. I'll read through that, which is it's an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from structured or unstructured data and apply knowledge and actionable insights from data across the broad range of application domains. Quite heavy, right? But in simple terms, data science is anything that enables review, analysis, and extraction of valuable knowledge and information from raw data. That's it. Wherever you can get the valuable knowledge or information from extraction from raw data, we may call it data science. And if you see, organizations today are grappling with how to make sense of inordinate amount of disparate data. Data is getting generated everywhere, right? And ability to transform this sea of data into actionable insights can have profound impact, from predicting the best new diabetic treatment to identifying and thwarting national security threat. And that's why businesses and governments agencies are rushing to hire these data scientists who can help just do this, right? So essentially, what the data scientists do is, like, they are given an goal, opportunity. They identify, prepare the data, explore, train, validate, and then deliver it to make insights. And then essentially we have to optimize and monitor that. But as we were discussing earlier, data scientists and their work is very, very different from application developer on various domains, right? We need to appreciate that difference so that we can apply the right principles required to improve this data science stream. Data scientists, if you see, they can research, write algorithms, but when we ask them about the processes and pipelines, it's not very easy peasy for them. Because when most of the data scientists start working, right, they are equipped with all the neat math concepts they have learned from the school textbooks. However, pretty soon they realize that majority of the data science work involved in getting the data in a right format required for the model to be used. Even beyond that, that model is developed, is being part of a larger application for an end user. So now just imagine if I asked a data scientist that they should have their model code version controlled in a Git and have that ID downloaded, the code from Git, wrap it in a Docker image, load it in a container registry, and have it orchestrated through Kubernetes, an average data scientist will just collapse and mind will completely shut down. However, most data scientists, right, they provide a static report or CSV, but we need to bring all these value, right? Whatever model they are creating, how that will be version controlled and added it into the app, how people will interact on the website based on the outcome, how this will scale. All this requires a confidence testing and checking configurations between the different servers and their ugly firewall rules, etc. This is where the DevOps knowledge will come handy. This will help. It's not a silver bullet, but there are DevOps requirements for data scientists, which will differ, which we'll see in some time. So languages and tools are very, very different for data scientists. Not every organization will be ready to invest on a big data science platform. And data science work require a lot of experimentation around data sets, model and configuration. It's not just simple plan, build, test, deploy cycle, which most software developers are used to. The life cycles are also different. Not every time you need to run a full pipeline. You might be just requiring to run some query and generate output. The compute stack is very, very different. In the normal software development cycle, you might have a scaled down version, but largely it is similar. But in models, some models may require a simple Python script where you may utilize an Apache Spark. Somewhere you might require a big data platforms and huge requirement for memory and CPU. And you should be able to codify that, right, so that you can replicate that in various environments through infrastructure as a code. Model deployed into production also requires a lot of ongoing maintenance, because there are more variables just than the static code which we write. Right? Model requires retraining through the updated data set. And the traceability and explainability, even though in the data science too, we need to explain how the data was used for modeling, especially like most of you might be from Europe, right? And if you are using a customer data, you need to comply with the GDPR needs. So DevOps bot, right? Development, QA, and operations team together for collaboration and efficiency. And MLOps is bringing people, processes, and platforms to automate the ML-infused software delivery and provide continuous value. So how MLOps helps is we automate and build repeatable and training pipelines, automating the validation of the packaged model, deployment into the target devices, and then again monitoring and getting the feedback flow. With testing, deployment getting automated, collaboration becomes much, much easier. And it also allows data scientists and machine learner researchers to take more projects and work on more models. Right? So in the DevOps piece, you can see there is a third circle where machine learning introduces two new assets, which is the data and the model in our DevOps lifecycle. So what is a machine learning lifecycle, right? First, you develop and train a model that solves a real world problem. Then you have to package it so that we can reuse it elsewhere, validate in terms of responsiveness and compliance, deploy it to make various predictions, and then most important, monitor the behavior and business value to know when to replace and replicate the stale model. Because unlike code, here the model with the changing patterns and data slowly becomes stale or deprecated, and we need to continuously have a feedback mechanism to retrain the model and have that complete feedback loop. So staying relevant as the time and situation differs, and looking at the changes in the data and improving that model is very, very important. Right? So this is a graph or the picture showing the difference between how the traditional versus the ML integrated systems are. So on the left side, you can clearly see, right? You are not managing a lot of pieces in the traditional setup. Some unit test, some integration test, and then deploy and monitor. But in the ML-based system, you have the data test, model test, system monitoring, model monitoring, training pipeline monitoring, and so it becomes a little complex. Though the ML code is a very small piece of infrastructure, but you have more assets and processes to manage. You are also dealing with different personas of data engineering, engineer cleaning the data and creating the pipelines, data scientists experimenting on the model, software engineer tying this all up in their application and then operationalizing it, and so on. Right? So there are a few key challenges which, as we were discussing earlier, right? Lot of data scientists work on a very isolated environment on their laptops, but here they have to work together with three personas working together in collaboration. And you share the code, you can share the model too. You have generated a model for some situation, you can share the model, but here you also need to share the pipeline along with the data and fine tune it for a specific use case. So for example, model for a factory in a specific country, between a rural or urban setup, or between different languages, it can be completely different, right? And also we have to have the governance around the security, compliance, hardware, and the cost point. Also very important is that the data which we are using is avoiding various biases in various regulatory setup, right? So they are the key challenges. But as the topic says, how the DevOps can help this stream is, we will go through those various topics, right? Because whatever data scientists work, but essentially real test come when it is put into use. We must make sure that these algorithms which are used to solve problem ultimately enhance our work rather than impair it, right? So from Facebook newsfeed to stock market flash crashes to more severe, recently the Boeing 737 max crash, right? What we all have seen what happens when the algorithm goes bad, and the best algorithm must be continuously tested and improved. So let's look at what are the DevOps practices which can be adopted here. So enterprise software development teams historically had trouble, right, in ensuring that the code which runs well on the developer machines also work well on the production. Standard problem, but DevOps has promoted more collaboration between the developers and IT operations. And the data science teams also face similar challenges. And data science solution is going to be not just a piece of code to work with, but in order for an end user to consume, model has to work with the front end application as well as the back end mechanism. And so for example, source control, if you are a data scientist, your source code is just set of queries, and if you are not a developer, it doesn't come intuitively to you, right? That you have to put stuff in Git or have some way of source control and have history of what you have done. If you take your data set, tweak it, extract it, change some fields here and there, remove some records, and use it for experimentation, that needs to be codified and in some system and maintain history of what you do. Sometimes you have to refactor the code. As I was saying, you create a model, it has to work in different environments with different data set, right? So while we are storing the code, we also need to codify and define our system, which is going to be used for the training, and also dependency on various libraries which are required. So for a newbie who is coming, you can just say, here are the standard machines we are using for training, and it should just spun up. Automation, we have to do it bit wisely, because if you are going to train your model with similar set of data, automation is going to save a lot of time and it comes handy. Continuous integration, as I was saying, the models are not going to be used in silos, right? And it's not that you create a model and it is kept somewhere in isolation. We need to put it all together and make sure it compiles on a continuous basis, and not write code in an isolated way once in a month and then you merge and realize that in a larger application it is not working. For data science, testing is a very weak spot. Continuous testing helps model to ensure that they are receiving the ever changing or new content, but they are still behaving as expected. And it's especially applicable for the models that are training themselves or getting retrained, right? And we need to test the edge cases, ensure biases are not there in the data gathering or during the modeling, etc. You can deploy your model as a container, and then you can query it from either web, mobile, IVR, or anything, right? So that is also required. And most important part is the monitoring aspect of the DevOps, where it gives a continuous feedback loop. It shows whether your model are working or not. Are they clicking on the recommendations you have given or not? Because machine learning models are probabilistic, right? And so the biggest challenge is it doesn't happen that it just stops working. It slowly and gradually gets worse and decays over the time, and it is very difficult or hard to make a call when the model needs a revision. And DevOps culture needs this data science to rely more heavily on the continuous monitoring part for the lifecycle and feedback loop. So this is a sample automated pipeline where I'm showing various personas. So you have data getting generated across. You might be storing it in a data lake within your organization. You create a pipeline, create the data catalog, and have a ML pipeline where you will prepare the data, create the algorithm, find the useful model, and then that will work by all the data scientists and put it into a registry. Software engineer will integrate it into the release pipeline within a larger app, and then package the model and then deploy and monitor the feedback. And this cycle continues, right? And most of the cloud providers have dedicated services around them for this seamless end-to-end service. The common service provider you all would know are the AWS, Microsoft Azure, and the Google Cloud. And these cloud providers also support the machine learning, image processing, the GPU computing, and the high data volume analysis. I'm just looking at the time. We are, I think, okay. I'll just quickly show how the pipeline looks for these popular cloud platforms. So this is for the Azure, where you have the Azure Data Factory, Azure Machine Learning, and Azure DevOps. And using these tools provided by the cloud provider, you can build your pipeline for MLOps on Azure. This is for the AWS, where you use the code build, SageMaker, and you can use for the service computing, Lambda, etc., and also monitoring and the data sets available on the S3. And yeah.
Sorry, Mahitosh, I just wanted to warn you that we have about another 6 minutes to finish, and there are a couple of questions now on the.
Sure.
But I'll leave it to you to take them as you like.
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly summarize.
Summarize,
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is on the Google Clouds, similar stuff. I'll just quickly move on. So as you have seen, right, the MLOps benefits, it helps in achieving the results in a better way. You will have a more consistent and predictable result because you are continuously monitoring and adopting the DevOps best practices and improve the quality. It has helped in collaboration, so you will be able to have a more integrated team across various personas and not least surprises. You're shifting a lot left, and with all that, you are breaking the organizational barrier, and security is inbuilt, integrated into it, right? So what are the key takeaways? We saw that why there is a need for efficiency in the data science process. What are the key challenges per se from a regular software development team, and how DevOps practices can help ML ops and data science, and how it can help bring automation and collaborations between different personas. What are the benefits, and how we can implement it across the major cloud provider. So data science will not work in silos, and it can be significantly improved by adoption of the DevOps practices, and the cloud platforms which we just saw really comes in handy. So hope you got some takeaways, and whoever are involved in the data science will be able to see how they can further improve their pipelines and bring in efficiency in the whole data science stream. So thank you. Let me quickly look at the questions which are coming in. Okay, so which platforms is best suited for data science and machine learning? So as I was showing, all the three cloud platforms help in creating the various pipeline for data science. But in my experience, for various application deployment and getting your applications in the cloud, all three would be good. Not having any biases, but I have seen and studied, even my organizations have adopted the GCP. They have something, their bespoke processing unit around the TensorFlow, which they call TSUs, and that really gives great performance improvement. And with their history of search engines, etc., and the predictions, the GCP on the data side, I would say, has a little bit of edge. And the other question is, what is the key thing to remember when implementing ML ops? As I was saying, the personas are very, very different, and whatever we may talk on these things you need to do, the most important is the culture aspect, where you really need to make people understand why these things are important, why you need to codify, how it is going to help, and demonstrate that how these data pipelines gets deprecated or have a decay, because as I was saying, right, they don't suddenly stop working, they gradually decay. So continuous monitoring and having thresholds and then continuously improving on that in an automated fashion will really accelerate how you are making decisions for your organizations and have insights in a faster way. So any other questions or queries?
Not so far, but we just have a minute to spare.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm around. I have mentioned my email and also my LinkedIn profile. So if not here, yeah, there's one more question. I'll be happy to take questions later. But why monitoring of the pipeline is important? Yeah, I was just talking about that, right? Uh, the data in normal software applications, you might have a standard flow, right? Users are expected to come and do specific things, and once you have written a code, it is like really written on a stone, right? But in the DevOps data science models, the data itself is continuously changing. So whatever you are recommending or whatever you are trying to predict, the data itself is changing, you, so your prediction can go wrong. And in some cases, if your accuracy is not good, it can have very, very negative consequences, because you cannot afford to give a wrong prediction. So some cases it might be just for a business cases, but sometimes it can be life threatening too, right? So whether your data models are doing what it is supposed to do really needs to be monitored. That's why you train the model and continuously look at, yes, it's giving me the output what is required through your testing. But when you actually deploy in live, it may start working on a certain set of data, but later it may not be working as defined. So you may have threshold of 90% or 95% of accuracy, and whether it is going down. That's why it's really important that you monitor your pipelines.
Okay. Thank you, Mohitesh. We just finished absolutely spot on time. Thank you for sharing. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for sharing your experience. It seems very involved, but a very clear process to follow. And
thank you so much.
Can I ask delegates to please go on to the next presentation by testing Gil. And also I would like to, it's a case study that Gil is going to present, but I also like to remind you, if you could please fill up the feedback forms and let us have them back. And Mahitosh, thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. You
Thank
have
you.
a
Bye.
good sessions. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. We are back again. Thank you for joining us. We have Gil from Testing Gil, who would talk about his case study on the quality dashboard. So you're welcome to his presentation, and please put the questions in the QA tab when you have them. Gil, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dira. Nice to be here again at the conference. I'm going to tell you a story today. The name Quality Dashboard is a bit of a lie. It was the goal of what we were going for. We didn't get there by the end, but I am going to tell you the story of the journey, which is much more important. And this is the journey of creating a reporting system of quality that helped both management and the developer team that I was working with at the time to see their status, which they weren't able before that. So that's probably me going crazy while doing that. My name is Gil. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm based in Israel. And I work with all kinds of people, developers, testers, product, whatever, agile people who want to create better software. I'm the author of 2 books, Everyday Unit Testing and Everyday Spring Testing. But that's enough about me. We don't have a lot of time. Let's begin. So our story begins like 3 years ago. I was invited by a client to a bank, and in there was and I did, I worked with the developers who were writing API tests for the APIs they were writing. Now, that was cool, but one of the things that I realized, and very quickly, is that management didn't have any idea of how well the testing was going. For example, what they had at the time was basically a list of all the APIs per team. It was an Excel file. And there were 2 columns, one of the name of the API, and the next would be a place to put a check mark. So whenever they created a test, whatever that is, they put a check mark next to the APIs, just moved on. So you can see already from this kind of thing, like, are these good tests? Are we encouraging the good tests? Probably not. One of the other things that I was asked to do over a few months there is to create a methodology, testing methodology document, basically talking about the testing pyramid and stuff like that, what they want to achieve, what they want to measure, and so on, which would come in later. Because at this point, like, management had a plan. All they had were the Excel files, so it didn't have much visibility, and basically what they wanted was visibility to what they're going. Now, 6 months into that, like, I was jumping between teams, but basically things didn't move a lot, and management has decided that if we want to expect the developers to create these reports for us, we can forget about it. It won't happen. Developers are too busy. They don't have enough time to invest in just reporting more than the Excels. So what they did was create a separate team. They call it the Measurement Squad. I was part of that team. I was like the methodology head of this team. There was a project manager, basically, who's dealing with other projects and so on. And he was also the product manager. And we kind of, like, management says, go, give us reports, but didn't say what. So basically, we had our own idea of what we wanted to do. Actually, we don't have an idea, but we came up with the idea. And these goals, we were very free to create ones, and we were very happy to do that, were very important because the way we selected them is based on what we wanted to achieve. So we didn't want to achieve reporting. We wanted to achieve improvement. In order to do that, we selected 2 goals. One, there's a paying customer here, yeah? Right? Management, they put a team here, they put the money, put the time. They want useful reports. We'll get them useful reports. What are useful reports? So basically, they want to see what's happening across teams. That's useful for them, but this is a high level. The problem is that when you get this kind of reports and a dashboard, is that management sees this a part of it is read, and goes to the developers and says, well, fix that. But they don't know what to fix because this is a high-level view. So the second, and I think more important goal, was to bring the developers useful information of what is wrong and what they need to fix. And selecting this was like, I think, the engine that moved us forward. And what should they fix? Well, where to select? Like they do all kinds of things. We selected both clean code and effective tests, and we'll see what else we did. So I think like 3 weeks after we started like putting our heads together, we had like a prototype. A prototype was nice for a report. It's not like a report. It doesn't do anything. We need to show real work, real information there. So we needed a guinea pig. And we found one. So we selected and helped ourselves into a volunteering team. Basically a very small project, one project manager, one developer, but they were willing to play along. They were willing to both provide us information. They were willing to look at the reports and give us feedback, and they were willing to work according to what we reported. So that was cool because this way we learned what actually matters to the developers. And these are the things, quality things that usually developers don't like to do, this like fix, refactor, stuff like that. We needed to see that it will actually work when we're saying, well, this and this needs to be fixed. So we started. What you see here basically is the first thing that we did. One of the things that the teams had was they had a tool called SonarCube. SonarCube is an open source tool. It does a clean code analysis, static code analysis. And it sits there and it ran into, it was connected to the CI system and created reports all the time. Nobody was looking at it. And there's a reason for that, because developers are too busy to, on their code, just open a new browser and look at what's happening there. Doesn't do that. So first thing was very easy. Get information from the from SonarCube and send it by mail, the report, and put it in a report like you see on screen here. Send it directly to the developer with a list of the things that when we needed fixing. So what you see here is the top level, which is a higher level thing. Reliability, tech debt, these are things taken directly from SonarCube. You see the blotched things here are the projects, and each project for the team got the numbers exactly from SonarCube. We didn't have to do anything for that except to integrate and get the data and email that. The second thing was like, one more thing here. We needed to explain what they're seeing. This is very important because people come and go into this project, and you can assume that people look and get the report like weekly or daily will know what it means. People are changing and teams are changing all the time. Let's bring the information to them and then tell them what's wrong. So that was cool. Almost no work at all, but we started to creating stuff they can see and relate to, and we brought them things in terms of, we decided what SonarCube rules are good and for us and we wanted to fix. We brought them, they fixed them, excellent. But that's not really interesting. It is interesting in terms of, yeah, you fix stuff, you pick up the quality of the code, but yeah, we wanted a lot more. And this is the second thing that we started. The second thing was API documentation. Now, if you look at API documentation, basically the guys were working with Swagger. They had a Swagger server, so they would write comments on the APIs, and this would be generated for API for documentation for both internal people in the bank and external clients who were calling these APIs. Now, that's cool. What we wanted to see was, well, you document your stuff, you document your APIs. Do you test that stuff? And that was interesting. So this is a report. You see the APIs, and you see two columns there. The first one, the middle one, is untested responses. So the documentation says, well, we're going to, in some situation, return a 204 for create consent. However, we didn't find the test that it's the situation 204 returns. The second column is the opposite. So there were tests and that were returning these kind of statuses, but it was not documented in Swagger. So I thought at the beginning, well, is that really interesting? Yeah, it turns out it does, because product managers, the project managers were looking at that and saw the discrepancies. Some of these APIs are exposed to their clients. They need to know what they're getting, and they need to know that it's working. So this was very cool, but it required work. It's not like coming out of thin air. We had to put some work in how and in training, how to write the tests in order to capture the information, what's coming out of them. Later on, we would automate this a bit more and in the background and stuff like that. But this was very nice and actually answered something both management and the teams wanted to see. We also did another thing. The one I showed you is the green stuff, green column. But we did a bit more. So we looked at the tests while we were looking and said, well, how well, and this is basically going back to the Excel file. Remember, so regardless of how complex the API was, it was had one test. We said, we probably need more. How many more? Well, let's do something completely silly, very low bar. We look at the parameters of the test, not even the body, the parameters of the API. And it says if it's 0 parameters, 1 test. If it has 1 parameter, 2 tests. 2 parameters, 2 for each. Which cases you'll decide, it's up to you. But we're going to count the number of the test of the APIs, the number of tests that exercise this API, and check these numbers to see whether this calculation works or not. And this, you see this report as well. This is the blue, the required what we calculated, versus the orange, which you can see very missing from this kind of picture. So we calculated the minimal number of tests that we thought are needed for these APIs and showed them to the team. Well, you're not meeting that requirement at least. So most of them you see are 0. So a lot of tests were not even, a lot of the APIs were not even tested. Going forward with that, and again, this goes back to the beginning of me working with them, was looking at the quality of the tests. And I saw a lot of the tests were kind of meaningless. What do you mean? Even though they put like a check mark in the Excel. So a lot of the tests just were checking that there was an okay status coming back. Most of the time it would be okay. It would never fail. But more interestingly is that what are the responses? What is returned? Does it make sense? And so on. So the quality of the tests, the automated tests themselves, were kind of in questions. They were not really in question. I saw them. There was no question. They were bad. So we wanted to fix that. And we want to see how we can do that. Unfortunately, all the things that we did until now was basically checking at the tests at runtime didn't give us this answer. So we needed something to check how the tests were written. Sort of like a code review or a test review. But there's nothing like that. So we built one. We call it the test analyzers. I did most of the work on that. Basically, the tests were in Java for these teams. So we will look at a project, pass the entire project tree, find the tests, and find a lot of things around this. First of all, whether it's a unit test or an API test or something in between. This was very important for the teams because they were, we remember the methodology document with a pyramid. Most of the tests were APIs, like upside down pyramid. And there was a lot of logic then that could be tested in unit tests. So we wanted to do that. Plus they were using Spring. So we want to say, well, this is a Spring unit test, probably can be tested as a regular unit test, but need to be written differently. So we needed to actually read tests, understand them, and understand the patterns in them, and look at the asserts that they were doing. So we created these reports. And these reports basically were looking, the names are unit and components. Units are unit tests, components are API tests. So once we did this kind of parsing for every build, we got this higher level thing and a list of APIs, actually a list of tests that were not meeting our bar. What was the bar? Well, it was red if there were no asserts at all, both for unit tests and for API tests. It was adequate. We call it okay. Let's move on. If it at least one interesting assert in terms of unit test and two interesting asserts, probably status and something else for API tests. So basically, if you have like something that we've seen a lot in the tests is that they have assert for body equals not null. Yeah, let me tell you a secret. It was never null. They were mocking the response, so it was never going to be null, and the test will always pass. So we actually checked that and told them, well, these tests are not good enough. You need to fix them. And they fixed it. That was very cool. So that's a very short things or what they did over time, like a sample of the things. I'm not there anymore. Fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know what they did, and they did get to the dashboard thing. I do want to tell you, though, what made this work, because it did work when I was there. So there were a couple of success ingredients that made this work. The first one is the management that were listening. Yes, they were stubborn. Yes, it's a bank, so like they're very like that. But they were willing to listen. They put aside money, time, a team to work on that. And they were good enough to let the team decide, run with what you think is more important for us. And they got it. They actually got what was important, both for management and the teams themselves. Specializing in developer effectiveness. Like deciding that the goal is to maximize the productivity of developers. Important to us, it made sense. And this, I won't say cut like fire, but this was very successful. Moving from team to team, it actually worked because the developers who were going to do the work and getting the information they needed, they felt like they're not wasting their time looking for information, checking is this important, not important. We brought the information to them and told them exactly what is wrong with this in order to teach them, and this is what we need to fix. Show results early. Like I said, like less than a month after we started, we had nothing that was almost not automated, but we'd shown a result, an actual report on one of the teams, on the guinea pig. And we always, with this team and with other teams as well, we always were very transparent about what we're doing, what we're planning to do, what we're going to show them. If there was a problem, we told them, is a problem, we're stuck with that, let's try something else. And us being transparent about our process helped both get the responses from the team as well as from management, because we were also transparent and exposed everything to management. So the management knew how many teams we were dealing with, what we were working on, what we showed already. When we needed support to expand from a manual, an automated one computer thing to a whole DevOps supported thing, we got it because management knew what we were working on. And finally, the final part in that, when you create this kind of team of, let's say, experts who are starting to tell everybody what they needed to do, this wouldn't work. We played as part of the system. We understood our part in there. So it is a big organization, an enterprise, very non-agile at the beginning. So we had to play the politics. We had to play the reporting, the exposure and stuff like that. But we got both the attention, and we both got the effort that we put in, we saw the results in there. So we didn't play against the system. We didn't tell anybody what they needed to do. We explained what we want to see and why would it matter for them, because the developers, what they don't want to do is not go back like 2 weeks later and fix something that they forgot to already work on. This is something that brought in real time with an explanation why fixing that today will help them tomorrow. So all these things are what led to that success, and like us moving from team to team. And the system is working as part of the CIDM. Actually, it's every build it runs creates this kind of report. I'm not sure if there's a quality dashboard there. I would build one, but there is a reporting mechanism automatically collects information, brings information to the developers, and they do fix it today. And I think what we can learn from this is what I want to show you. It's not like you should implement this, but you should implement something that you're interested in improving. And then if you've given, and you have to give it enough time and people to work on that, but find what really brings your team forward, and then you can actually move that and create your own quality dashboard. So that was basically me telling you about a very short run of something like 2.5 years, I think. If you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A box, and I'll try to answer them. Other than that, follow me on social media. I also do webinars every month. You could go to the site and look at those about testing, development, stuff like that. If you wake up tomorrow in the middle of the night with a question, what you see on the screen is where to get to me. So thank you very much. And if you have questions, please put them in the Q&A box. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gil. There hasn't been any questions, but then we'll wait for a little bit. I'm sure something will come up. Thank you for your sharing your journey with us, and I think it's something that people would like to find out more, what to do, how to set it up, and how to take it forward. So we'll wait for a little bit, unless you want to recap on some important aspect that you think we should remember.
Okay, so I do want to mention one thing. We had, like I said, that the team was like a project manager, myself and a developer who integrates, and these kind of skills were needed. The project manager was not just a project manager; he was like a diplomat. He was dealing with the people in the teams because we were like interfering with their job. But there was also the technical part of explaining why we asked them to do that. So the whole team was basically based on people skills. It's not the technical stuff, the technical help, but it's a lot of bringing the people to where we think they should be. And this requires a lot of people skill. It required a lot of communication in explaining why we think they need to do that. Training of what to look at, and explaining that if they do it like this from now on, we won't be bothering them. They won't see these kind of problems again. So this was like an ongoing mentoring, infrastructure, people management, a whole project. And this is what, if you're interested as an organization to instill something like that, you need to think about all these kind of things. This was an actual agile project for us. We talked to the customers a lot. We changed our mind. We changed their minds. We released incrementally. We got feedback. We changed what we did. So if we're talking about agile methods, this is a very good example of how to do that without any requirements in the beginning. So I really encourage you to think about what you want to improve, how you think people are going to look at the information, and then bring the information to them. The problem, you need to be aware of that. implementing that as part of your work is going to be very hard. That's a lot of work, even if you don't go to the distance of actually parsing tests. But it requires a lot of effort, especially if you're outside the organization. If you're inside the teams, you can do that, but very, very, very slowly.
Okay, I think that these are very good pointers. Thank you, Gil. And this was very very interesting to know how you've done it, and I'm sure it'll give people ideas of what they can do within their organization. Okay, thank you once more. And we have now a 10-minute break before the next presentation. But the break is to get yourself tea, coffee, and also visit the sponsors' booths. I'm sure Lambda Test has these. Lambda Test has these Amazon vouchers of $100 each for completing the survey. So do go in and see if you win one of those. And we'll be back again at 14:45 for Paul Grossman's presentation. So see you then. And
thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you.
Welcome to the introduction to Sauce Labs for automated testers. In this presentation, we'll go over the different features and functionality Sauce Labs provides for automated testers. Let's start with something simple. What is Sauce Labs? Well, it's a testing platform that provides services to companies looking to test web and mobile applications. Why Sauce Labs? Well, one of the advantages is it gives your entire team access to all the latest devices, so you can test early and often on all operating systems. Sauce Labs also gives its users the power of concurrency. Where Sauce Labs really shines is the ability to do automated testing and live testing that allows customers to run tests on a huge amount of real devices, virtual devices, and desktop browsers. Sauce Labs gives its users the power of concurrency. You can run hundreds of tests at the same time in parallel. Not only does it speed up time from production to launch, when you can test on such a wide variety of devices, you minimize the risk of losing revenue and reputation. The breadth of coverage on Sauce Labs means a higher quality user experience for your customers. Now let's talk about how Sauce Labs works. You start out with test scripts written in Selenium, Appium, or another framework. You set the capabilities in your test to communicate with Sauce Labs. You can use the Sauce Connect proxy or another secure connection to connect to your internal testing servers. Once you have your automated tests set up with Sauce Labs, you have access to hundreds of single-use virtual machines and real devices. Using the Sauce Labs platforms means you will have the ability to test on thousands of different environments and can speed up your testing by running tests in parallel. In addition, the Sauce Labs dashboards make it easy to share test results across teams and departments, with access to insights and analytics to speed up the process of locating and fixing issues and bugs. Now let's take a look at the Sauce Labs user interface. You can see here in the automated test results dashboard a number of tests that have been run and the different operating systems and browsers that these tests have been run on. If you switch to real devices, you can see different real mobile devices and browsers that have had automated tests run against them. In the live testing interface, you can see the wide variety of devices available on our public cloud. All of these devices are available for both live and automated testing, along with a robust set of virtual devices. Live testing is a useful tool for debugging automated tests. You can recreate any issues that are surfaced when your tests are run and debug test failures. The live testing capability comes with any automated Sauce Labs subscription, and customers have the option to purchase private devices for their own dedicated testing use. If you switch to the virtual browser tests, you can also see the wide range of options available for desktop testing, as well as the different mobile virtual machines available. Why test with Sauce Labs? The advantage of testing with Sauce Labs is that, in addition to the many environments available to test in, we support a wide variety of testing frameworks, drivers, and programming languages, allowing teams and individuals across an organization to test the way that they want, share data, and get analytics and insights that they can share. Now let's take a look at the test details page, where you can get information to better understand your test results. From the automated tests page, you can click on any one of your test names to access the test results page. You can easily share this URL with anyone in your organization to better coordinate your testing efforts. The test details page provides video of your tests running, screenshots of important interactions and commands, logs of information passed, and metadata about the test and environment. At the bottom of the test details page, you can find the network and performance tabs. Here, you will find metrics on front-end performance to help you improve the user interaction experience. You can detect and resolve front-end performance issues early in the development lifecycle. By improving your front-end performance before your apps go live, you can improve customer experience and develop better apps faster. With the Sauce Labs platform, you also have the Insights tool, which allows you to gather data and trends over time about tests run against your application. These data and trends help teams work cross-functionally towards continuous integration and provide information and trends that help make debugging tests easier. The last key feature to point out is Sauce Connect, Sauce Labs' secure proxy tunnel. To use Sauce Connect, all you need to do is download and install the Sauce Connect software, copy the commands from the Sauce Labs UI, and then run them in terminal or command line on your computer. This will set up a secure connection where you can safely send data for connecting through a firewall. Many companies use Sauce Connect to protect customer data and test against a secure internal development server. In addition to these features, Sauce Labs also offers visual testing with Screener to test visual components across browsers and environments, headless testing to speed up automated testing without a visual interface, and the Sauce Test Runner Toolkit. With this tool, you can test on Sauce Labs with non-Selenium frameworks such as Cypress and Test Cafe. To learn more about Sauce Labs automation and features, visit training.saucelabs.com.
Hi,
everybody.
Welcome to our live session now, and we have Paul here to take the questions. So, Paul, over to you.
Sure, Dara. Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be speaking over here. Just a reminder, I'm a test automation engineer. I've been doing this for 20 years and working on a bunch of different tools. I really don't have any commitment to any particular one. I like testing out all of them that are out there. And definitely, I need to get around to Lambda tests because those guys have an awesome website. They come up quite a bit when I'm Googling out trying to find solutions. All right, so to get this started, let's see what we've got here. To start off with, to be able to detect subtle issues with automation. Thank you for the thumbs ups, everybody. We first need to begin collecting data to build a database. What do you feel are some of the most important metrics to collect in regards to test automation? So some of the most important metrics, I said it on the session yesterday. I'm not a big fan of asking how many test cases got automated. And by the way, this hat, I'm Dark Arts Wizard on Twitter, so I tend to wear the hat a lot and see my videos. Okay, back to metrics. How many test cases are automated? I don't. Yeah, thank you guys. Isn't a big thing. What I'm always looking for is what defects we found, or on the other side is how many test cases are actually up and running today. And did they actually get through? I also track metrics of how quickly they got through, although timing is always a tricky thing when it gets to test automation. Now that it comes to mind, I'm just thinking sometimes people will say, "Oh, you've got all that. You talked about that reporting, the console log out, and we want to turn that off during reporting." I generally don't recommend doing that because you're then running your automation at two different speeds, because the reporting does give you a little bit of overhead, but if you turn it off, then you might have some sort of difference in synchronization of your tests executing. Let's see what our next one is. Are there any real-world examples of the patterns that you have detected? Actually, this is actually an interesting question over here. Looks like these are questions from yesterday's session over there, but I'll keep going with it. Patterns for in automation, I'm always looking for seeing if automation actually allows us to detect issues in different in certain areas, and if it does happen to find that something's not quite working correctly with our automation, it allows our manual testers to kind of step in at that point and start, kind of investigating around the area that we find something that's going on. In fact, right now we've got, I'm actually working on a project where I found that one of our little bubbles isn't popping up, and the test is actually running faster because of it, which is great. But we're not. We're actually investigating to see why we're not getting a little help bubble on one of our sites out there, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Let me let's see what other questions we've got over here. Yeah, this is more about analytics. I'll talk more about analytics about automation. In my in automation, we were looking at picking up the details of, well, one of the most important things is that we want to be able to know exactly what our path is that's going through as we're going through on that. As I mentioned, how much time it takes. I also track how much time it's taking for each page to load. I did mention yesterday that one of the strangest things that we do in test automation is that we say, we're going to wait around, we're waiting for an element to appear, and we're going to wait 30 seconds by default. Every training class you've ever had, or at least the ones I've had, have always said, your 30 seconds is what you want to default to wait around. That's an eternity. All my frameworks, they work on trying to make sure that they can dynamically burn up the time in the time it takes to build. So there's a lot of different ways of doing that. And one of the things I wanted to mention is that when I'm burning up time is that the one trick that I do, I know that there's like implicit and explicit weights that you'll hear about in Selenium. I build my own. And one of the coolest tricks that I do is that I will sit there and count how many elements are on my page. It's a pretty easy XPath. It's just star. You're looking for how many elements are on there. And then you wait a quarter second, and then you ask how many elements are on the page, and you do it one more time. And if you get 3 times in a row the same number, it's in 3/4 of a second. You're pretty certain the page is built. And then if you're looking, the next thing is you're going to be interacting with whatever element is on the next page. And if that happens to fail, well, you give it a second chance and say, wait for the element to, at that point, wait for it to appear, but not 30 seconds. Wait 3 seconds, because if you're at that point, you're at 3-4 seconds for the page to build. You probably got other issues. Okay, lots of thumbs up with that. Thank you very much, guys. Great. There's other, ask questions. Go on, stump the automation engineer. It's always good here. Let's see, tools that I can recommend on here. Listen, one of the things that I'm always looking at is a bunch of different tools, and like I said, I do like our sponsors' tools. I get to play with them. I play with all sorts of tools out there, and at the end, I did show you guys a demo from Test Rigger, and it's plain English. You don't really have to know any JavaScript. Just type whatever it is that you want out there. One of the cool things that they're going into in a related field is actually load testing, where you take your script and it runs, but it spawns out like 100 or 1,000 virtual machines in the cloud. I kind of like that. It's kind of the hybrid. Usually some people say there's been times where you've said, okay, let's get the entire one floor to just hit our website. And that was kind of cool, and that was probably 20 years ago that you said. Today we're just doing API hits and headless browsers. But in Test Rigger, what they're doing is that they'll spin up actual machines, and each one has one browser on it, and they all try and hit and do a path through your application, clicking the buttons, actually working as closely as simulating as a real person as you do, as real people can. If you've had 100 or 1,000 people to just put down their day jobs and go and bang on the company website during the day. There's let's see, what other tools do we have out there? What other questions? Come on, guys, ask me more questions. We got a few more minutes here. Don't be shy. You can ask me a question about what's on my bookshelf. I don't know.
Okay, now I was going to suggest if you want to summarize the main points of your presentation.
Sure, I'll do that.
We'll get some discussion going.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we were talking about was different ways in order to ensure that your framework is fast and reliable. Is we basically doing class switching, where if checking to see if you have a link, it's an anchor, and changing it, and a change to a button, and working on dynamically trying to get other elements on there to try and find them. That reduces your maintenance. Let the framework do the updates on your page object model. Oh, by the way, speaking of the page object model, you might want to think, some people might be wondering, well, does what Paul just described here replace the page object model that we all know and love? Absolutely not. It doesn't replace it. It actually enhances it. So you don't have to spend your time going through, the longer our framework is, the more elements we create, hundreds or thousands of elements to go and update and change and make small changes to it. Use your coding skills in order to build a dynamic element. And of course, I did mention, don't go down a rabbit hole where you're going to say, okay, I've got 10 different ways I could find an element. And when you do 10, it's like, well, now you're increasing the chances you're getting the wrong one. Do use highlights so that you can find what you're looking for on your front end, and highlight those elements so that when you take a screen capture, if you had multiple matches, highlight the multiple matches, highlight in yellow, and then highlight the one that you're looking for in green, so that you can say, oh, you know what, I got to write my code a little bit better, or I have to go and change my element in the object repository in case I'm finding the wrong element when I'm trying to do class switching. Hello, Dhiram.
Hi. No, I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to see how we're going, and we can. It is right on time, and I thought we could go on to the next session, which is panel session, and the panel is ready and they're waiting for you also, Paul. So any more questions that can come to there, and we'll take it from there.
Double dose. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Paul, for your recorded presentation as well as the questions. And so I will see everybody back at the panel session now. If you could please switch over. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I think we've made it from backstage to the front of the stage. Do we have a couple of people here in the audience joining us today? Can you signal if you're here with some of those emojis down at the bottom? Okay, we're getting lots of emojis. Ooh, they're all coming through. Fantastic, fantastic. Right, okay, we will get started today. My name is Tom Hoyland. I am a Senior Agile and DevOps Lead at Sky Betting and Gaming, and I'm going to be working with these awesome folks here today, and we're going to be talking about tools and methods and Agile business value. My pronouns are he, him. You can get me on Twitter as ThatAgile, and I'm joined by some really good colleagues. So I'm going to pass over to Victoria. Victoria, how are you doing today?
It's great to be here with you. Thank you, Tom, for moderating this session. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. My name is Victoria. I'm here with PeopleCert. I am the product manager for the Scrum and certifications within PeopleCert. And you can easily find me if you just type my name as you see it here on LinkedIn. And I will be more than happy to connect with anybody and help wherever I can.
Fantastic. Would you like to pass the baton to one of our other panelists?
Yes, and I would pass it on to Mudit.
Hey, thanks.
And
thanks,
hopefully
Victoria.
I pronounced the name correctly.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Mudit, that's the right, I'll say, very accurate pronunciation, but you're pretty close. At least you didn't pronounce it Mudit, right? So that's what I usually get from that name, right? So yeah, so I'm currently working with a company called Lambda Test. We are a browser compatibility testing platform. I've been with the company since 4 years, since it started off. And I've been in this space for around 10 years now, helping people develop great software, specifically in the web and mobile space. And I'm looking forward to having a great discussion here today. I think, EL, that's up.
Yeah. Last but not least, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Eyal Yuvel. I am a senior solution architect at Sauce Labs. My role is the best practice of using the platforms, mostly about how to test lots of automations, Selenium, Appium, Cypress, all of that of automations, automated framework. So you can reach me at Twitter, Eyal Yuvel. Happy to be here, and hopefully can help you with some of the questions. And I was thought that I am the last one, but Paul joined us. So Paul, your turn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the technical issues again. It's popular with me apparently. I didn't. I guess a little introduction. I guess I'm a test automation engineer. Been doing this for about 20 years. I've worked with about 5 different tools. In fact, the very first tool I ever worked with was Windrunner back in the day. A wonderful thing over here that I still have. There's And I really think they should bring it back. Urge Mercury Interactive and Micro Focus to bring it back. Wonderful tool. C plus. We called it the C minus minus. It was just like C, but it had no pointers. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, okay, we have some C programmers here. Got that joke? That's cool. And I'll turn it over to you guys. We'll continue on with discussion.
Fantastic. Right. Okay. What we're looking for is we're looking for questions from our audience. So if you've got any questions, please add them to the Q&A tab just on the right-hand side. Pop them in and we will be asking our panelists their views on things and seeing what value we can add. Remember, there are no questions that are out of bounds. This is why we're here, and we're here to talk about methods and tools and business value. So I know that Victoria had a couple of questions that came from a previous session. And what we're going to do is we're going to go for the first question here. The first question was, can DevOps and Scrum be integrated to increase the business value that we are producing? Who would like to lead on this one?
If everybody's okay, I can start with that.
Of course.
And I can start by saying a definite yes. And it is a definite yes. It obviously depends from organization to organization. There is no one solution for everybody. You can choose how your DevOps team is going to be, whether it is going to be a DevOps team that you're just going to build with the hopes of self-destroying itself, so that you can have your ops and your devs working together, and you will have within your dev Scrum. But no matter what you do as an organization, the answer is yes. Just make sure to find the solution that fits for you. And I can say a couple of examples on why they actually work well together. So if we think about feedback, DevOps is huge about feedback. And one of the main things that DevOps is trying to tackle is the feedback between devs and ops. And that's why we have the three ways. Feedback moving from right to left, from left to right, and then we have the continuous experimentation and learning. So innovate, fail fast, make the mistakes you have to make them soon, and go and fix them even faster. Everybody might have seen the video from Spotify where they attack their own platform, pretty much so that they can find the gaps way before others, and they can recover very fast from that. So if we think feedback and then we think Scrum, anybody might have worked with Scrum. We know that the events of Scrum are built to also give feedback. We have the feedback being given on the daily Scrum. We have the feedback being given on the retro and on the review, which is all about feedback. So Scrum gives you the opportunity to have set points in time, daily, bi-weekly, or every 3 weeks, depending on how you build it. Or if with your retros you want to do one every quarter. We don't see everybody doing a retro after they finish its sprint, but there are those nested points in time where you can give feedback, and that goes very, very well with DevOps. And they both share similar values, similar mindsets, so it does make a lot of sense. And when you're trying to to automate your software pipeline and you're trying to have stuff going continuously, yes, Scrum is incremental and you have those sprints every 2 weeks, but by flexing both, you can integrate them and have something amazing for your organization.
Fantastic. So
I can add to
jump in, Al. Go for it.
Yeah, I can add to that, because when you say DevOps and Scrum, you also said Agile. And when you said Agile, I'm not the Agile expert here, but when you said Agile, you the second word that you need to say is automations, because you cannot support Agile sprint every 2 weeks. There are companies that also try 1 week, so every day to release something. So if you are say Agile, you are saying sprint, 2 week sprint, and you cannot do that without automations. And Victoria mentioned feedbacks, so I also said quick feedback. So it's not only about feedbacks that you mentioned about quick feedback. You want every day, all day, not all day, but every day to manage to run set of automations on parallel executions, on cross-device, cross-browser to get quick feedbacks. So it must be. So of course, tools like tools need to support it, and cloud solutions like Sauce Labs and like Lambda. I will my colleague here. I will not say that. So cloud solutions are the way for doing that, and for because quick feedback, it's also not only CI/CD, not only continuous integration, continuous delivery, but also continuous testing. Every day you need testing more and more. So yes.
I think one thing that jumped out at me and what you just said and what Victoria said was that concept of feedback loops. And to go back to the original question, I'm talking about what is the value that we are producing. It's those feedback loops that allow us to determine, do we have confidence in the product and are we going in the right direction? I'm seeing a lot of nodding from our other panelists. Does anybody else want to jump in? Does that resonate with anybody?
Yeah, so EL kind of raised a very great point, developer feedback times. That is very important aspect. Another aspect I want to raise here is observability, right? So DevOps tools are usually the linchpin where all the reports are getting generated. So in Scrum teams, in the practical scenario, what is happening is people are staring at those dashboards and telling of like, these are the tests that are failing, these are the builds that have passed, these are the builds that we're going to release, right? So you would need a tooling in place to have those kind of test observability, tooling in place to satisfy best of both worlds. Like there would be people who are running the test, let's say daily, they want a picture as well. And at the same time, there are higher ups, managers of those managers who need a broader picture, who needs a broader quality picture, and that also is have to be managed. So Scrum is usually more of a let's say on hands kind of team kind of thing that is working on the stuff, but that does not necessarily mean that we cannot have tooling in DevOps for the broader picture as well, right? So test developer feedback time, that's great. At the same time, test observability as well.
Okay, so not just the micro at the team level, but the macro as well.
Awesome.
Paul,
Yeah, those are the right word.
Yeah, I wanted to throw in there that we actually, in the last month or so, we've had a question like, well, how often are you running your test cases, and is it before the end of sprint or after the end of the sprint? And I came up with a surprising answer, which was every time I push code into my framework, it goes and runs all my scripts. So it's not every 2 weeks. It's almost on an hourly basis that we're running them. And every time I'm putting new code, I'm running a whole suite of test cases. And the nice thing is that it all runs really fast. So it takes about 4 minutes to figure out if 40 tests have all completed on that. The other thing is, when we push code changes into Jenkins on our side, it automatically goes and runs a smoke test on there to see if everything's working correctly as we go. So they're quite surprised exactly how much execution gets done, and we don't push anything out on our framework or any new tests unless everything has been passing. And I know that seems kind of unusual that like everything has to pass. I'm like, I've never been in a situation where everything passed, but it's actually working out fairly well for us.
That sounds awesome. I think one of the things that you mentioned there was we're not testing at the end of a sprint, because that's an anti-pattern. We should be always in a state of readiness to be able to get those products out there.
Yeah,
because
it's just a side benefit that we've got over here.
Absolutely. Right. Okay. We've covered off our first question, and we've got two other questions and some treasure chest questions to go through as well. But before we keep going, if you disagree with anything that we're saying, if you want to challenge us, get those points into the Q&A on the right-hand side. We like challenge. We like to expand our minds and know more. That's where the diversity, Paul's asking us to come in. Come on, get your questions to us. Right, we're going to go to our next question. And our next question is this. Not all the organizations manage to reap enough benefits from DevOps. How do we overcome this challenge? Who'd like to go with that one?
So yeah, let me have a hit at it, right? So in my experience, as I mentioned, for past 4 years, having a great great conversations with a lot of enterprise teams, and one of the major bottlenecks, specifically in the testing process, has been on the DevOps side. So there are both. There are two aspects of this. Of course, there is a process aspect to it as well, like how the whole release is processed. like how the culture of the company is when they are doing in the managing of the tests, how the scrums are managed, or in the agile process, how the agile process is managed. And then there is another aspect of tooling. What kind of tooling you are using? Are you using the tools in the right way or not? Or what kind of, let's say, feedbacks you are getting out of it, coming back to that same point, right? So you before using the tools, you have to first have this picture, both process wise and culture wise, and let's say from the board level wise as well, like what exactly we want to achieve out of this. Once we have that broad requirements in place, start with the tooling, start because we are gonna go in a sprint phase, right? Pick one low hanging fruit, pick one low hanging feedback loop that you want to generate, pick one low hanging automation test that you want to run, start building on it, add layers top of it, right? And you will set up a process.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is start at the bottom, start with that low-hanging fruit, those tools, and then build on it. Who's different to that? Who's got a different view?
I can add to that. One of the things that I had, I'll let Victoria go in a second. I'm sorry.
I don't know, because we have a lot of more. I'd like the gentleman to finish because I think I'm going to have the most unpopular opinion at the end. So I'm going to keep it at the end for suspense.
Sure. What I like to do with my first thing is to find what I call the FNG, which is the freaking new guy test. That's the one where you sit there and click the button over and over and over again over lunch while everybody else goes to have lunch. And then I come in as an automation engineer and I automate that test. And then everybody goes to lunch and then everybody's my friend. I do find when I became an automation engineer, my manual testers were like, oh, they're going to automate me out of a job. I'm like, no. I need you because you can do something much better than automation. Automation can run all night and not get tired. We need to work together on this. And once I did that one test, everybody was really friendly and happy again. Go ahead, Victoria.
Before Victoria, because Victoria said that she wants to be last. So
okay.
So I will just add. First of all, I agree with everything that was said here. But for the questions, if there is not enough benefits from DevOps or not enough time to implement everything, I don't think that there is organizations that are 100% agile. Most of the organizations take whatever they feel that suit for their organizations. And that's fine. I think that automation is very, very important, and tooling to support automation is very, very important. And if there's not enough time for DevOps, I think that the key word is to prioritize. So if you prioritize what you want to do, so prioritize, for example, if you don't have enough time to run all your automations tests, so make sure that you at least you run the tests that are important for your business. That because if there is no risk, why actually you need to test that? So, for example, if you need to compare between two tests, between tests that will test your payment process, that if it's failed, the organization will not get money, and tests that need to test if a user can change his username, for example. So, of course, you need, first of all, to prioritize and to test the what is important for your organizations, more important for your organizations. Yeah. Now it's for Victoria.
Oh yes, I'm ready. I'm excited to see what comes next.
So I will start with something. 3 months ago or 4, I was talking with an organization out of Latin America, and they had a huge client, a very big corporation down there, and they had implemented DevOps, and it was failing miserably. And they were discussing and they were saying about how they got on the best tools. Their tool chain is amazing, and they couldn't understand why they were failing so miserably. They were gaining nothing from DevOps pretty much. And the discussion went like that. Well, yes, you build an amazing tool chain, but you haven't changed anything internally. The culture is still the same. The structure is still the same. People are not aware of what DevOps is. People don't know what they're trying to achieve. So without the culture and the mindset, no matter how great the tool is and the tool chain you've built, it makes sense. And the corporation responded, okay, what tool are you going to give me to fix my culture? And we use that as a joke internally in the group of people that we are discussing that. And sometimes we tend to forget that DevOps initially began to start bridging a gap that there was between two functions within the same department. It started and said, I'm going to lift the bias that both of you have. I'm going to help you change feedback. I'm going to help you work and collaborate better so that eventually you'll be able to make your process leaner. You implement lean thinking, you get rid of non-value added items, you reduce the waste, and then you'll be able to automate. Because if I have designed something that is not working properly and it produces 50% gems and 70% crap, and I have people who are nagging on the back and I automate that, then I have nagging going faster and a garbage production going way faster than before. So many organizations don't achieve and they don't reap the benefits of DevOps for the simple reason that they do it very locally and they just focus on the tools. The tools are necessary, but before that, you need top management to understand exactly what DevOps is. Many people in the C-level, and we had a discussion about that last week, many people in the C-level are not 100% aware of what is going to happen to their organization. How DevOps and Agile in general is going to impact everybody in the organization and themselves. Reporting is going to change, many things are going to change. So educate your top management, make sure that this is a conscious decision and they buy into that. And they advocate internally why to everybody, why this is going to benefit every single one of you. And if needed, train your people. If not, then they already have the skill set, good, and start implementing whatever you need to make to benefit from the tools. Because if you automate things that are producing CAP, you just have giggle, garbage in, garbage out, just in a faster pace with the help of the tool.
That really resonates with me. I think it links into what everybody's been saying here. So it's not just the tooling on its own. It's not just the process on its own. It's not just looking at those metrics and that lean way of thinking. You need all of those things together combined with that culture in order to make something stick and to see those benefits from it. I'll tell you what, let's go on, Victoria.
I want to make one small comment. Ultimately, all of us are working in teams, we are using framework, we are using tools, but it is us, the people. So if all 5 of us have their own mindset, no matter how great the tool we're going to be using, we might do a terrible job at it.
Yeah, that's really profound because the tools that we use change how we think about things. And when we change how we think about things, the tools we use change. So it's one big cycle. So I'm gonna take us in a slightly different direction. If people want to ask some questions, get those questions in the Q&A panel on the right-hand side. Don't be afraid. But what I want to do is I want to ask you guys this question. What is the worst application of tools and methods that you've seen? Over to you.
I like how the people are laughing.
I think I've got some NDAs that prevent me from answering that question. And I also want to make sure I don't upset anybody on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Let me think about that one. I'll come back to you.
Okay. I'm not sure that it's the worst, but I saw in the last 20 years of website and application that, for example, there was one app that on iOS and Android it's operated differently. So actually, for example, if there was a need to split the money, so if you split the money on your account in Android, on your account in iOS, it was split differently. So sometimes I said, oh, if I need that, I will get more, I will use Android. So it's the UI was fine, but the functionality was quite was needed to be improved. So that's something that I remember. Let me think about more. I assume that I will get that, hopefully before the end of the sessions.
That sounds like quite a horror story. We'll make sure we don't mention any particular products in this, obviously.
I'm going to make it more of a general statement here, and that is there's one thing that's been a bug in my that's been bothering me for many years, and that is UX design. I hate to say, I mean, it's cool and all, but it seems like it is a design. It's basically, for developers who are too lazy to actually look at the design of their front end interface. I've seen so many websites that are on my computer screen, which is this way, and it looks like, well, we've always designed it for for a mobile device, so it's nice and thin and it's scrolling miles down the road. Plus, it has gobs and gobs of white space where there's empty stuff, and then there's text with 3 little dots after it. That it's like, okay, I had 2 sentences and I got enough space for 5. Now I got to go click on that to see what more is in there. UX design just they talk about. I mean, UX is user experience. It's supposed to be good UX experience, but it's only if you really listen to your user experience people that are testing it and getting your feedback. If you've got the idea that UX design is just you can skip all that, you probably got a different thing coming. It's just the one thing I do hope that people take a little bit more time to look at that. And it comes from my background. I don't brag about this much. I don't really have an IT degree. I have a degree from an art school, Savannah College of Art and Design. To be fair, most of my friends worked for Pixar. So they went off and had a lot of fun and stuff, and I went into test automation. But as a looking from a graphic design viewpoint, when I look at UX design, I'm like, why is all this stuff? Why is everything so big on my computer screen? So
Yes.
that's my throwaway there.
Yeah, I think that I totally agree with you because about that you said about the big. Because I think that even if you are testing web applications, still most of the company need to remember that in my opinion, most of the user will use that on mobile, for example. So mobile first should be something that in the mind of most of the companies, and even if you don't have real device, you can still test it on desktop, but with responsive, for example. So you can change the browser that will fit to some kind of size of device, or you can test it still on emulator and simulator. So yeah, so if you think, oh, it's a web application, I will only test it on Chrome, for example. So probably, or not probably, but there can be any issues when your user will use that on their mobile, because most of the users today are using mobiles and not. I'm old-fashioned. I still prefer my laptop, but most of the people.
So if I'm hearing this right, then we can apply methods and we can apply tools, but if we ignore the context in which they're being used, to go back to that idea of business value, that's going to be pulling us away from that business value. And like you just said, Paul, and El, you've just said, we're going to be getting away from that actual business value. I'm going to be given a user experience that it looks good on paper, it looks good in somebody's head, but actually the actual real user.
I can give you another example. In fact, it was the first time I saw UX design. The other problem is when we have developers, and I'm guilty of this, have massive monitors, huge monitors, and they're writing code, and some of them are turned vertical so they can look at the code and stuff like that. And then the users at one particular company I worked for, they had the cheapest computers that they had, very small, no mouse. They had a little chiclet in the middle of the keyboard in order to move stuff around. So that's where I was looking like, this guy's got this massive monitor. It looks beautiful on his system, but it's not what 100 other people are going to be running this application on, this tiny little 13-inch computer screen that they're going out to go do surveys and stuff.
So we are, the tools that we use, they change how we see the world. If we're engineers, our users are not engineers, and we're not designing for ourselves. We're supposed to be designing for them. I'm keen to bring in Mudit. What do you think?
So I think me and EL as well, we are very passionate about responsive web design. That's what our core product is all about: cross-device testing, cross-browser testing, and responsive web design. And ultimately it boils down to how your user is gonna interact. And because we are talking about tooling, right, it's very also important to understand your end users as well. For example, Google Analytics give you a picture what is the screen size your end users are gonna use or are using currently for your websites, specifically on mobile as well, like what are the different devices that are being used to run your apps. You get all these kind of analytics data, so you can prioritize these kind of screen sizes, these kind of device sizes when you are doing testing. So devices, browsers, screen sizes that most of your users are using, test them first, start to, let's say, go to the edge cases as well, right? But yeah, ultimately it's about seamless user experience, no matter what the device, no matter what the browser is, right? So that's the ultimate goal.
Fantastic.
I do
Victoria.
have a funny story to share about the tools and business value. Back in 2019, I was in a conference in the US, and there were representatives from a state innovation hub in from a state somewhere in the US. I'm not gonna name so that we stay, you know. And they had purchased one of the biggest tools they could purchase. Think fancy, think your go-to whatever. That tool was something that it wasn't decided by the developers, by IT, by anybody who had any background to assess whether this was the right tool for them or not. It came from, let's say, the business side. Long story short, they kept the tool there for 4 years. Nobody ever used it. And they came to that conference so that at the end they could get trained, because they had a new senior manager coming in, having worked with the tool in the past, and said, well, those are the steps we're going to take if we want this tool to start using it and make it work. And that requires a bit of transformation. So with tools and business value, you need to always think, what is the best tool for me? And to understand what is the best tool for your organization is identifying who is the right person to choose the tool for the job. Because if you have someone from marketing taking the tool for testing, it's going to be a disaster, and vice versa.
Yeah, that really resonates with me. You know, when I'm training and I'm working with clients and customers, the thing we always say is, you know, the people that are doing the work are the ones that are best to decide how the work is done. And that, what you just said there, is really, really important. I noticed that Dear has joined us. How long have we got left?
About a couple of minutes, Tom. That's I thought it'd come in. But let's, if you could sum up, we'd be good.
Yeah, we'll go for one. We'll go
One
for
last
one.
point I want to add here, Tom. So yeah, the story that Victoria shared, I'll say there is a golden lining to it as well. I've been interacting with a lot of enterprise companies, in fact, in this, and now teams are getting smaller, and those smaller teams are right now kind of deciding what tools are being used. Right? I think there was one theory by Amazon founder that the team should be as big as that one large pizza can kind of work out in that team, right? So teams are getting smaller. Those small agile teams, they are deciding tooling right now, and it's a possibility that there are, let's say, same functionalities in a big organization, but both teams are using very different tools, right? So this is a trend that we are seeing right now.
Fantastic.
But you
What
still
we'll
need
do
the
then
tooling
is before we
You still need a
before we
tooling
finish,
strategy. You cannot have everybody picking their own tools. There needs to be an enterprise tooling strategy at the end of the day, because that is going to open another monster of its own, another Pandora box.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to wrap up today's session, and we're going to be asking our panelists one final question. If you could change one thing tomorrow to increase business value from methods and tools, what would it be? It's an easy question, I know. I'm going to let one of you folks start off and pass on to your friend. What would it be?
All right, I guess I'll go first. Or no,
Sure.
Go ahead.
So for me, I think I want a direct answer to a very long-standing debate, like who writes tests, developers or testers, right? So if I get an answer for that tomorrow, I'll be happy, man.
Oh, that's how you're going to be happy. Who are you going to nominate, my friend?
Paul, I think you had something to share.
Yes, leading on that, one of the things I've noticed is that is to know who our stakeholders and our benefactors. Like I distinguish that. My benefactor in my automation project is my boss. He gets to see these reports and he gets to see that I caught something. That's cool. I write my automation framework for myself. I am my own client when I do this, because I'm adding in all sorts of documented logging and stuff that helps me personally get my job done. If I'm doing debugging, I want something that helps me do debugging faster. The one thing I try to avoid is when some senior manager looks at what I'm demoing and says, well, all that extra stuff that's being spit out there, we don't really need to see that, so shut that off. That's useful to me. It's making my job better so I can be more efficient, save you money by keeping bugs that cost you, $23.5 million an hour when our system goes down. I'm going to keep my messages in there. So build for yourself your framework for yourself. You're your own client. Everybody else is just factors of that. And I'm going to nominate y'all.
Thank you. So I just it's related to what Victoria mentioned before about people, and I think that's very important. That before tooling there are people, okay, because you can bring the best tools, but no, I saw a movies of Walt Disney, I think 40 years ago, about that the cars were blaming them, that people blame the car for the accidents, and the car say, oh, but it's not us, it's the man behind the wheel. So I think that people are the most important resources even before tooling, and if we will know to work together, everyone together in the organizations with all the third parties, everyone will work together, that will understand that we are in the same boat, and for all of us, the important is the best quality, improve the quality of our product, not only for us, but also for our user, for the one that use our product. So that's the most important, that we will know how to work together as a people.
Fantastic. Who are you going to nominate?
Daira. No, kidding. Victoria.
So for me, it would be to have a common sense of why we are building what we are building, why we're using what we're using, and how we can create business value, and start having a mentality that is focused mostly on the outcome and not so much on the output, because there are many times that we fixated on the output. How many features can I get out? How many integrations can I do? How many this, that? It's not about the quantity of what I'm getting out. It's about the value that it produces. So for me, it would be having people that are going to be more outcome focused and have an outcome focused mentality, stay away from a process mentality and move to a customer need mentality, and make sure that everybody understands why we're doing what we're doing. And that is going to in turn help with the methods we are using, with the tools we are using, and we're going to produce a higher business value.
Fantastic. I think listening to everything that you folks have said has been really good. And it's reminded me, and I'm going to paraphrase and do a bad job of it here, but a really great article and paper I read a couple of years ago, and it was titled, "Nobody Ever Got Thanked for a Problem That Didn't Happen." And I think when we talk about process, we talk about DevOps, we talk about testing and tooling, all of it is just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of that stuff is hidden away in the background. But if it doesn't happen, then our customers and our users know about it, and they care about it when it's not there. So I think what we'll do is we'll wrap up today's session. I just want to say a massive thank you to our audience, the brilliant panel that we've had here today. So thank you to you all. And we'll wrap up and hand back to Dira.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that our conference ended on this very interactive session. It was great listening to you, and I think we've come across lots of problems and things to think about. And lastly, everyone here at Unicom joins me to thank you, the speakers, the sponsors, and of course the delegates. We really appreciate your interest and your participation and all the help that you've given us. And this has made this event really great. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your really thoughts and ideas. And as Tom said, we'll go back with one thing that we want to change, and let's do that. And of course, we look forward to seeing you all back again at our next event. There's a KM event in June, a low-code event also, and then July and August. You'll hear about it. So we'll be in touch, and thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.